I'm causing mayhem every motherfucking Mondays from now on, and I want y'all to bring it. No, you got your man out there doing bigger and better things. Okay? And I blame, Trey asked a good question. How did it get so bad? I blame y'all. Because y'all been sitting on the fucking sidelines, letting these women do this bullshit, not setting boundaries, not telling women no, fuck off. And that's why we do what you allow us to do. You are one I love to hate and hate and love, but at the end of the day, I love you, baby girl. Come on the battle, let's go, please. Let's go. You're going to be emoted, but you might go back limping. What's going on? What's going on to all my embracers on the Black Man Unfiltered Network on Monday Night Mayhems? I hope everybody had a good and productive Monday. And we're about to start some mayhem today because y'all know what we do on here on Monday nights. We talk about the messy, uncomfortable conversations, and we're going to get into it. And I know that y'all saw the thumbnail, and I did send a shout out to all my peoples on Facebook, my friends and family. Y'all come in. Let's talk about this, because now, as y'all can tell, they grasping for straws. The demons are grasping for straws because now what they want to do is they want to shame men into voting for Kamala. Wow, that's an ultimate low. Now we're doing shaming. You know, I know that a lot of you all are surprised that I'm going this way, but I'm just not getting in the car with y'all Democrats. It's too expensive to ride in the car with y'all. Okay? Again, ask yourself, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Huh? Let me repeat that for the people in the back. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Is the world that we currently and presently living in a better world than we were 4 years ago? Yeah, we're getting right into it, guys. Because all the bullshit that I've been seeing about the Puerto Rico, and shout out to Puerto Rico. I love y'all. I'm Dominican, so but come on. Where was the energy and all the bullshit that y'all were talking about when she rejected God and kicked out 2 college students when they say Jesus is Savior? So because he was a comedian, Donald Trump never said that about Puerto Rico. It was a comedian that is known for his dark humor. Was it appropriate? Absolutely not. Was it right for him to say that? Absolutely not. But where was the energy? Where was the energy when she kicked out 2 college boys that had every right to be there when all they said was Jesus is Savior? So you guys are more in your feelings about what they said about Puerto Rico than what people said about Jesus. See, that's the world we're living in today. Do you see what I'm saying? We prioritize more Puerto Ricans over Jesus. We're prioritizing Puerto Rico more than Jesus. Get the fuck out of here. And I'm going to keep it real with y'all because this is absolutely ridiculous. And anybody that knows my channel knows that I'm an advocate for men. So last week, she was breadcrumbing the black men, offering them money and weed for their vote. Okay? Throwing breadcrumbs after she specifically said that she wasn't doing nothing. She wasn't just going to do just something for the black people. But now all of a sudden we have a policy. You know, we're going to give y'all loans, we're going to give y'all money, and we're going to legalize weed. The same prosecutor that put hundreds of black men in jail for smoking weed, and then she laughed about it, that she smoked weed herself. What are we doing right now? What are we doing? And look, don't get me wrong. I am not a political guru. Okay, this is the first time that my ass has been so into politics because it really is cutting into the core of my being, the fiber of my being, because it's getting out of hand. When do we draw the line? When are we gonna say the buck stops here? Because I'm thinking about my son's kids. See, a lot of y'all are just looking at the trees in front of y'all. Y'all not looking at the whole forest. You don't care because it doesn't affect you. Okay? And you don't care because it hasn't hit your backyard yet. You mind your fucking business because it's not in your business yet. But let it hit in your town. Now it's a problem. And it's just unacceptable. Look, Trump ain't all that either. I'm gonna give y'all that. It's the lesser of the two evils. And look, I'm a woman. Who's to say that I wouldn't be honored to have a woman president, but not her. Absolutely not. She's a fucking airhead. I'm tired of the word salad with the extra ranch dressing. You can't even answer a simple, open-ended. It's a yes or no question. Well, my mom raised me and shut the fuck up. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. People want to know what you're going to do about the price of groceries. People want to know why you let the border get so out of hand. That's what we want to know. What's going on right now? Not now, but right now. Think about it. And I'm not here to change nobody's mind because most of y'all should already have your mind made up. Most of y'all should be out there voting already. Vote. What? Wait, didn't he give PR paper towels on the hurricane and they still haven't recovered from it? Yep, he sure did. Yep. And didn't Kamala just offer $750 and was there 3 days late? I mean, any little thing you say, you know, we can find a rebuttal for Kamala. She was in an interview on CNN by herself, and she still lost. How are you in a debate by yourself and you still lose? You still can't answer questions, and look how close we're to the finish line. You're still not clear on shit. You're still bringing up stuff. And now she's tugging at the heart of the man. Now she's trying to shame the man, trying to make him feel guilty. And shout out to Kevin Sanders, my beloved Kevin Sanders. He is so right on how women, mostly women, men do it too, but you women are great with the sign language. First you want to shame a man. Then you want to insult him. Then you want to make him feel guilty. And then you demand the need to be right. Go sit down somewhere. You want to bring up reproductive health care. No, what that really is, you want the right to abort a child. You want to be able to fuck up, give your womb to anybody and everybody, giving it out like Halloween candy, and be like, oh, I'm not ready to have a baby. I think I'll just go to the chop chop. Isn't that what they call it? The chop chop? Now, there's only should be 3 instances where there should be an abortion taking place. Incest, rape, and if it causes the life of the mother. And that's it. Why don't we instead teach young girls how to prevent from getting pregnant? Why don't we teach better ways to teach women not to have sex, not to keep having babies unmarried? Why don't we do that? Why don't we try that? But no, instead now we're trying to tell the men and make them feel guilty, talking about women will be collateral damage. How the hell do you have a Planned Parenthood bus in front of the DNC convention? So while they're having a convention, you can have an abortion. I mean, do you guys not see nothing wrong with that? When do we draw the line, people? And I welcome anybody to come up here because y'all have a lot of shit to say back and forth to me on Instagram and Facebook, and leave me messages, unsubscribe to me, unfollow me, and roll your eyes at me. Come on, Cletus. Let's talk to her. Let's talk. Talk to me. Why don't we do better at educating young women on not getting pregnant, prevent from unwanted pregnancy, instead of pushing them to get an abortion? A lady bragged on Instagram that she got 45 deletions. But that's okay with y'all because that's, reproductive health care. That's such a nice way to clean it up. It's murder. And for any Christians out there, so-called Christians, how do y'all sleep at night? How do y'all think that this is okay? But you're supposed to be following the word of God, living righteous and spiritually. Why can we not teach our young women to prevent getting pregnant, but keep pushing to get a deletion? It shouldn't be a choice, Anissa. Keep your legs closed and stop getting pregnant and deleting kids. How about that? Let's push that. No. 23 million deletions in the melanated community since the 70s. That was their whole agenda. And we fell right for it. Yeah, let's whitewash the race. Let's get rid of all the melanated people. Let's put Planned Parenthoods in all the hoods and the low poverty neighborhoods. I have yet to see a Planned Parenthood in the suburbs. But I see plenty of liquor stores, I see plenty of vape shops, and I see Planned Parenthoods. If you're not ready for a baby, then strap it the fuck up. If you're not ready for a baby, then take birth control. Women are using reproductive health care as a result and as a method of birth control. But nobody sees that. It's okay. It's okay to be 23 weeks pregnant and go in and get a deletion. Yup, pawn shops too, Del Monte, and check advance cash places. Everything to keep the melanated community oppressed. You got 5,000 churches. Half of them are going to hell. Shit, the church and chased out the men out the churches. Because why? We put the single mother with 3 kids and 3 different baby daddies in the front pew. Grace, you can go back to 1775 because Black women are not going back. Absolutely not. So be yourself and to the black man's ankles. Yeah, travel one. Trump is going to fix a lot of issues. He overturned Roe versus Wade. And I don't think it should be a state to state. I think it should be all across the board because it makes it too easy. Okay, so if you can't get one in Florida, I'll just go to Georgia. What's the point of that? Stop having babies if you're not ready to have a baby. Preventive measures. Why can't we do that? I don't want him to leave it to the states. It should be all across because that's asinine. That's stupid. But he overturned it. And now what are we doing? What are they? They're grasping for straws because they don't know what else to do. They don't know what else to do. You paid Beyonce $10 million. See, she has to get celebrities. Okay? She has to get some celebrities to back her up. The police benevolent haven't backed her up. Firefighters haven't backed her up. Okay? But you know who's backing up Trump? Muslims. Jews. He don't have to pay $10 million to Beyonce. That $10 million could have gone to the victims to North Carolina in a hurricane. Beyonce don't need $10 million. But you see the bullshit? Y'all don't want to talk about that. See all the celebrities that's backing up Kamala looking like a goddamn Diddy party. You got Usher, Eminem, Beyonce. You got all these Tyler Swift, and all them are on that Diddy list, baby. Why not take that $10 million and send it and take care of the Americans that are in not dire strait? Oh no, because we care more about the fucking Ukrainian people and the immigrants that we allow. And look, I have nothing against immigrants because my dad, his parents came from Italy through Ellis Island, but you know what? They did it the right way. They paid their dues and they pursued the happiness of the American dream. My dad is your classic rags to riches story. He worked his way up to his success. Oh no, but just come to America and you can get free housing, free food, free education, free health care. Fuck Americans. My dad always taught me a charity starts at the home. You take care of home first. You take care of our vets first. That's what we do. Beyonce should have declined that $10 million and they should have sent it to North Carolina, to Georgia, to Florida. That's disgusting. I really can't see the comments, you guys, because I'm too into this shit tonight. I really am. So my mods, y'all take care of what needs to be taken care of because this is serious. Now y'all messing with my soft spot and y'all know how much I love men. Y'all my heroes. I value, I respect, and I appreciate men. We need y'all, especially my black men. You know how I feel about y'all. The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. She been vice president for 4 years and done nothing. No. Then she gonna talk about what needs to be fixed. Well, why the fuck you ain't fix it now? You want to get a promotion to a job that you're not qualified. Who is going to take you seriously? Trump has flipped on deletions several times because of the pressure from women. He's leaving it to the states. It's a wrap. Okay, that's fine. He's allowed to change his mind, just like Camilla changed her mind. So what? Civics will teach you that VP does not have their own agenda, and the agenda is the president. And we all know that, Anissa, but she was in charge of the borders. She does have some say. She can suggest to the president. They asked her, what will you do different than what Biden did, and she said nothing. So you're going in for 4 years of the same shit. I didn't say that he was going to change it. I just don't want the Democrats to have that power. I like what he did. I like what he did. Abortions are down. Edward, it was a whole plot. They never expected Joe Biden to live this long. It was an agenda from day one, honey. That's why he purposely picked wait, because remember when she was race baiting you and telling y'all that she was a black woman? Never, ever, 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 ever did she say she was black until it was time to become a presidential nominee. And y'all just get fooled and take it for herself. You see the evidence that she's not black, that she's always been proud of her South Indian heritage. But now all of a sudden she's black and she cleans collard greens in a tub and she keeps a bottle of hot sauce in her purse. Wow, she's trying to be down. Fight the power. It's crazy. And y'all are falling for it. I need y'all Democrats, I need y'all to look up a book, Mark Levine. I just heard of him a few days ago, and he wrote a book about how Democrats hate Americans. Read that book. I've already started reading it. She was standing next to black women the other night, and y'all can clearly see she ain't black. Exactly. She has no black features. But y'all, anything, and that goes to the title of my show. It says, Gullible Azz Black Men, put the Kool-Aid down. What is Trump's agenda for black people, black men in particular? Okay, we're not going there. We're gonna stick to the topic. Okay. My point for tonight is to show how gullible men are, Anissa. So let's stay on topic. Okay. Trump did more for the black people than Barack Obama did, because y'all got fooled by him too. Y'all swore he was gonna do something for y'all melanated community, and he ain't do shit. He did more for the rainbow community, and no shade to the rainbow community, because y'all love y'all. I just have to draw the line on some certain things. Barack didn't do nothing for y'all, but you still voted him in 2 terms. He tricked y'all. Y'all got hoodwinked, dazzled. That's what happened, and it's happening again. What are black? Oh, please, Anissa, don't start. Come on. Get out of the chat. Stop being a chat warrior and come up. Because y'all quick to say I ain't black, and I ain't never claimed that I was black. I'm proud of my Italian and Dominican heritage, but I'm an American first. It used to be, you used to feel good when you had that blue passport. When I used to go to Dominican Republic and my family used to see that blue passport, it carried clout. You know what I'm saying? It carried clout. You was proud to be an American. When you walked into other countries and you said you was an American, now we ain't nothing but a fucking joke. We're clowns. They laughing at us. What other country can you go to and get health care, free food, free education, free housing? Some countries don't even let you buy property. Some countries force you to get a visa. No, but we're the only ones. Like my dad used to say, USA, us stupid assholes. It meant something. We walked around proud. We walked around happy to be an American. Now we're the laughing stock. What are we, 38th in education? We're getting blown away by the Japanese and the Chinese. While we have drag queens reading to our third graders and inappropriate shit in the library, they're doing quantum physics. That's the difference. While we're telling them it's okay, it's your reproductive health care. It's okay to get a deletion. I mean, do you not see it? I love your dad. He sounds like my dad and grand. Yeah, you would have loved him too.
Embrace. We have
Yes.
in the back Mantis Punch. If you would like to bring him up, if you like.
Absolutely. Well, let me just finish. Let me finish this real quick.
Oh,
Were you
sure.
able to get any of the videos? Any of them?
Not at the present moment. I am still battling it out in the back, getting it together. So
Okay.
as soon as we do, I'll let you know.
All righty. So let me just go through this real quick because I don't just come up here and talk shit. I also do research. I write notes down. I references and stuff like that. Trump is going to get rid of the Department of Education. So good luck increasing those numbers. Well, get rid of it because whatever's working now ain't happening. If it's broke, let's fix it. I mean, Anissa, everything you're saying has a quick rebuttal, just like Travel One. He needs to get rid of it and start from scratch. You need to get rid of it, all the bullshit, and start from ground zero. So first, let's get into the definition of what gullible is. First, gullible is easily deceived or tricked and to be willing to believe everything and anything other people say. To be too trusting. A lot of y'all men possess the quality of believing in things too quickly. Especially if a woman tells it to you. And that bullshit started all the way from the time of Adam and Eve. Eve convinced God Adam to defy God. Really? And it's still happening today. It's a failure of social intelligence in which a person is easily tricked or manipulated into an ill-advised cause of action. Here are some signs of a gullible person. Behaviors associated with being a gullible person: being easily convinced by other people's opinions or argument, ignoring the red flags or warning signs when dealing with others, being naive and unsuspecting of other motives, and being easily swayed or influenced by other emotions or behaviors. This is why I've been saying since day one, don't vote on feelings. Oh my God, she's a woman. I'm going to vote for her. Oh my God, she's a black woman. I'm going to vote for her. Vote on facts versus feelings. Vote on facts versus feelings. All right, I'm going to finish up the rest of my stuff. How you doing?
Hi, Miss Grace. Hope you're doing well. It's been a while.
Thank you. I am. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good.
And welcome to the show. And so what say you? I know you've heard me go on my rant and talk, but what say you?
Yeah. So I'll have to say that I agree with you. We should vote based on facts and not feelings. That's why I personally come up to address some things which I feel are in a sense, not true about
Okay.
certain topics. Going back, so me personally, the current Trump campaign right now is not running off of factual evidence. That's why me personally do not, in many ways, would side with Trump because he has overinflated many things, just to name a few. So the border crisis. So going back to Kamala Harris, the claim from the right is that she was quote unquote the border czar. That is not an official title of the United States. What she did do was she was to oversee the migrant crisis, which she did. She went to Honduras and she helped the president of Honduras kind of stabilize their country, so that way there'd be less crossings. And actually, we do see the numbers that she did help with that, so that less migrants come from Honduras. Trump has said that people are currently, there's like 200 million people crossing the border from like prisons and mental institutions. That cannot be verified anywhere. Like anywhere.
You haven't seen the news where they took over an apartment complex in Colorado? You haven't seen the news when they raided a 7-Eleven of somebody? You haven't seen nothing of that?
So, I mean, specific instances doesn't mean like there's millions of people.
Georgia is up 401% right now on the illegal aliens. And that was from the Georgia Post.
Okay.
I mean, let me ask you a question. Would you not say that we have a huge illegal immigrant situation right now?
No, I believe the numbers are inflated.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, and again, you are entitled to your opinion.
Because we can actually see the numbers because over like because it is in record in 2023, only 2.8 million immigrants have moved here, I believe, which Trump said there's like 200 million. And there have been many journalists that have been asking him, like, where are you getting the countries that are supposedly emptying out their so-called insane asylums and prisons and things like that? And they cannot find one shred of evidence that this is true. There's multiple things. Trump says that he is, quote unquote, being politically persecuted for January 6th. But January 6th happened because he said that there was massive election fraud. But he took that to court and he lost 60 times. He had no evidence to prove that there was fraud. So when January 6th happened, he was investigated. And then he kept on saying, oh, well, they're coming after me. The government is coming after me because I'm innocent. In this country, to prove your innocence, you need to go to court. If you're truly innocent, go to court and prove your innocence. But he hasn't done that. All he does is keep pushing his court cases back more and more while claiming, oh, they're persecuting me, all that just means is that you got something. If you don't go to court right now to prove your innocence, how can you? Oh my God, I can't. This is all factually true. Okay, the facts are the facts. He had nothing to go off of that the 2020 election was stolen. But here we are in 2024, and he's keep on saying that, and he keeps on saying government persecution, which there is no evidence saying that the government is going after him. He's breaking the law.
Okay, but they did try to impeach him twice, and they lost that twice. No,
but he's still impeached. He got impeached first because he begged Ukraine to spy on. I'm trying to remember. No, he begged Ukraine to spy on like one of his political opponents or something like that because he believed that somebody was spying on him. That was treason. So that they had a reason to impeach him for that. He still got impeached, and then he got impeached the second time for what he did in January 6th. Because again, the insurrection is treason. So they didn't make this shit up. Like, it's there. And he keeps on telling people, like, I'm innocent, I'm innocent, I'm innocent. There's nothing to prove that he is innocent because he needs to go to court to prove his innocence. But all he's done is push his court cases back. So how can I, a black man with my own intelligence, trust you if you will not do the thing that everyone in this country needs to do in order to prove their innocence?
And I get that, but half the melanated community that is in prison right now, do you think that they have the same opportunity to show their innocence? Because a lot of us, for the melanated community, you're guilty before you're proven innocent. But when you're white and you're rich, you can do what Trump is doing. It's nothing what other rich white people have done. What's the difference?
So you're saying that it's okay for Trump to get away with it because he's rich and white?
No, I didn't say that. You're saying that he's using the courts to push back dates, That
he's not using the courts to push back. He's using his lawyers to push back dates instead of just going to court and proving his innocence.
But the judges could easily not accept that, and they could make him come to court. So the judges are still allowing it to happen. It's a vicious cycle. I was literally on an airplane.
His lawyers are actively telling the courts to push back the dates because.
And the courts can say no. Why do they keep saying yes?
Because he keeps on saying just like, oh well, I'm doing this election, I'm blah 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 blah. And
okay, but the courts can say no and make him come to court. Yes or no?
I mean, I don't believe that's how that works. I mean, if he really was innocent, then he should, on his own volition, come to court and prove his innocence, and he has never done that. He'd rather tout and say, oh, I'm innocent, and by the way, I'm going to make other people believe that I'm innocent, but he has no way, unless he comes to court and prove his innocence, how can I know that he's truly innocent?
So so that's one reason why you can't trust Trump. So why do you trust Kamala? What makes her so trustworthy?
I mean,
she can't even answer a question.
She can. She has her own website. She has told us her plan in full about what she plans to do for the middle class, which what? The child tax credit, focusing more on middle class businesses, focusing more on small bit. She actually told us what she wanted to do for Black men and Black businesses.
After the fact. But didn't she say before, about a month and a half ago, that she's just not doing nothing, not just for Black people? Now all of a sudden you're coming out with a policy for Black men. Why couldn't you just say that about a month ago? Why are we going? You're making the plans up as we go. Why couldn't you? She just put her policies up on her website about a month ago. Trump has had them since day one.
What are Trump's policies?
We're not talking about Trump tonight. We're talking about that's not the topic.
That's the thing.
Because you want to flip it.
I go outside of. So I look at both spectators from all sides, both coming from right-wing media and left-wing media. It's the same thing. They can't name what specific policies Trump has. They just have a feel because he hasn't really said anything. All he says is just don't worry, trust me, I'm fixed. How can I?
He's going to cut energy costs. He's talk about that.
Okay. Another thing he's like, oh, I'm going to drill, baby, drill. We're already drilling enough oil as is. He said,
why is gas so expensive right now? Was gas as expensive as it was 4 years ago?
Because back in 2020, he made a deal with OPEC, with Russia and Saudi Arabia. And after this deal, gas went up significantly. Because during the pandemic, nobody was driving around their cars as much. And so,
all right.
And so what he did raised gas prices, and we can physically see that because of his OPEC deal. That's why gas.
Go ahead, Bossman.
I'm going to interrupt for a second. I want to bring in Through the Fire podcast. Sorry for the delay there, sir. Welcome to the show.
It's okay.
Through the Fire podcast.
Hi, TJ.
I just came up to ask about your wagon. I don't give a shit about Trump.
Thank you for breaking the ice. Lord have mercy, TJ. I'll tell you, boy. The wagon is doing just fine. The wagon gonna turn 15 on November 7th. So she doing just fine, sir.
Wagon turn 15.
Oh Lord. I saw the title to your show tonight. I'm like, ooh, I know he ain't coming over here, but you did, and you just asking about the wagon. I'll tell you, boy.
I'm just look. Here's the thing. with this whole Trump and Kamala and all this other stuff. The reason why I don't get angry at people who are. I stated at the beginning of my stream earlier. I don't know a circumstance that's going to allow me to vote for Trump, but I can't get angry at people who will, especially black men, especially men of color. I can't get angry at them because their reasonings for doing so, I understand it, and I understand it because I feel the same way they feel. I just can't bring myself to go vote for him. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah. No, that's what I'm trying to say.
Understand. So yeah. I'm not angry at, and I'm not trying to talk these brothers out of doing it, because part of me feels like this disruption that is about to take place next week is necessary. And I really don't understand. I really don't know if the Democratic Party or people who lean that way, still don't think that they are going to get why this is happening, other than blaming and trying to publicly lynch black men after it happens. They're teeing this up to lynch black men for the second term of Donald Trump. They're teeing us up for that. That's why you got all of these shows now, all of these so-called black talking heads, these celebrities, because you know niggas, the only people that we can relate to is a celebrity. They got all of these so-called celebrities coming out, and they're all to a degree admonishing black men, and they're all leaning into this whole narrative that Obama started, that black men just don't want to vote for a woman. Well, that's not entirely
true. Not true.
Because let me explain this to you. That I know that's not true, but that's the talking points, and that's what's always being put out there, that black men don't want to vote for a woman, which is not true, because black men actually,
the one that's more competent.
Black men have no problem with female authority because 75% of us are raised under female authority. So we don't have, but see, they're not going to the other side, which only 30% of white men are voting for Kamala Harris. They're not jacking up the 80% of white men who are not. If you want to look at it from a voter standpoint, the populace that looks like they have a problem with women is white men, because they're not vote. They didn't vote for. They only voted for Hillary at a 35% clip. So what are you telling me? So they're voting for Kamala and Hillary at almost the same rate. So, but black men who vote Democrat at an 88% clip, we're the ones with the problem. Really? Is that what we're doing? See, and this mindset is the reason why a large legion of black men are saying F you to the Democratic Party. We're tired of being stomped out about stuff that has nothing to do with us. We're tired of being lied on, like the whole propaganda that black men are leaving these women with and making single mothers, which that's not true, when the majority of black men don't even have children.
Yep, 54% of black men are childless and single.
That's the majority.
But that's the man's fault. Yeah, but that's the man's fault too. Everything is the man's fault when something goes wrong.
Yeah. So, but now, what I don't like about black men who are coming out here in support of Trump, they're doing it disingenuous. They're touting Trump like he's the damn savior of all of this. And that's not true. They're also being disingenuous about Trump's economic impact on the country. That's not true. And a lot of times when we get into these political and cultural debates, we tend to just lock and step with the person that we like because we like them.
Agreed.
And you can like the person and still be very disagreeable about some of the things. Like I would vote for Obama today, despite the fact that I think he's a raging bitch for what he did, calling out black men. But see, that's called emotional intelligence. You know what I mean? When you can have a disagreement about a particular issue, but still like the person in whole. Donald Trump, what people are not understanding is this inflation that we've been suffering through the last 2 years, this has nothing to do with Joe Biden. This has everything to do with the fact that we are now having to repay for that horrific tax credit that was passed in the second year of Donald Trump's presidency.
Correct. That's what I'm trying to explain.
But we're gonna sit here and blame Biden because he's the presiding president, and not understanding that all, like, every kind of economist on the planet during the time of that tax credit was being passed through the House and the Senate. The fact of the matter is, they were telling them, if you pass this in about 4 to 6 years, which is now, the country's going to have to pay for that.
Exactly.
And it's going to cause inflation. It's going to cause higher taxes. They're going to put higher taxes on goods and services. Payroll tax is going to go up.
And he's still trying to push the tariffs.
Yeah, that's a whole separate issue for me, the tariffs. But we're sitting up here pretending because we're so fed up. Let's just be real, Grace. We are fed up with what Democrats have been doing for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And we're so fed up that we're helping a narrative that's going to hurt us even worse. I don't mind the being fed up, but I mind us being truthful about it. And most black men right now are voting for Donald Trump because we're tired of being ignored. We're tired of being stepped on. We're tired of being the scapegoats for everything. That's why this is happening. It's not because black men are so gung-ho about Donald Trump. I promise you that's not the case.
And I agree with you. I don't care for Trump like that either, but I just don't trust Kamala.
Sometimes, and this is unfortunate, sometimes you have to disrupt the system, and sometimes you have to have a civil war. And a civil war doesn't necessarily mean that you have to fire a gun at somebody.
Mm-hmm. You can boycott.
I want to take a moment and bring in our Payne for a second.
Thank you, sir.
Our brother our Payne, and then Through the Fire podcast, you can go ahead and continue. And then our Payne, you got the floor, sir. Our Payne, welcome.
Hey, how you doing? I'm not going to be on camera. I'm on phone.
I got
just
you.
Real
That's
quick.
Okay.
Listen, TJ is right about one thing. It's time for black men to stand up and break that hold, not of the demonic hold of the Democrats and of the beholden to black women. I think both things need to happen, but that's not this. But that's the thing with the women is just a result of us breaking from the Democratic Party. I've been saying this for over a year, that success for black men in this election is that we have, we reduce our support to one party, right? We need to have both parties fighting for our votes.
Yes.
And voting one way for decades has destroyed us. It's destroyed us, and voting based on the emotionalism of women is the second thing that we have to stop doing. And all the celebrities and all that shit coming out trying to shame black men. You know what? Malcolm X said this around 50 years ago, that only black people are the only people who listen to celebrities. They bring out black celebrities out of Democrats to tell us how to vote. It's time for all that stuff to stop. I mean, we can get into policies. If you want to see Trump's policies, I don't care if you agree with them or not. Agenda 47 has been on the internet for months now. And it has all the things he wants to do. You might agree with some, you might disagree with some. I don't care. You go read them on yourself. They've been out months before Kamala Harris said anything. There's some things I definitely don't like about Kamala. One, all the gender affirming care bullshit about
that is my biggest issue right there, TJ.
That's number one.
It's the agenda, the Transformers bullshit.
That one, right? The tax on unrealized gains. That's another one. It's the immigration policy, which is replacing all you black niggas out here sooner or later, right? Because that's what it's for. The real plan that the Democrats have is to flood all the red states with all these illegal immigrants, and in 4 years, give them the right to vote so they could turn those states blue, and so they could have a super majority like they have in California. And then we'll effectively have a one-party system. That's what that's going to do. They're already doing it, right? So that's why Trump says, "Let me get rid of the sanctuary cities." because we should have never had them in the first place. Anybody who could vote for this woman, she's a demonic. I mean, let me just say this, and you could go ahead and rattle off the bullshit you're going to say, brother. Hey, listen, I'll say this. When the guy just routinely screamed out, Lord, I'm not even that religious. When he said God is Lord or whatever, her spirit answered him in a second. The devil in her said, get the hell out of here, because we ain't talking about that here. We want to delete as many babies as we possibly can. That's her whole thing. This woman is not good for the United States. And here's another thing. If Tulsi Gabbard was running, the black men would have no problem voting for a woman as president.
Yeah.
What about the paternal mortality rates that have gone up since Roe v. Wade was overturned?
What? What?
23 million have already children have been deleted. How about that? Let's talk about that.
Hold on for a second.
I care about the children.
Well, first
They're
of
not
all,
children, they're zygotes.
First of all, man, see, this is bullshit conversation. They even have late-term abortions. I did a stream right here on Black Man Unfiltered where a woman who survived a saline deletion, she was like 7 months old, and if the doctor had come in early, he would have deleted her out of the womb. She got sent to a hospital. She was on Congress testifying to how she survived. So let's stop the bullshit. Your boy Walsh is all for late-term deletions.
Why do we have tampons and pads in men's restrooms for free? For free. Shouldn't women get them for free? Since you care so much about women, why can't we get them for free? We have to pay for them, and we menstruate.
Well, first of all, deletions are not illegal, by the way. So there's just not a federal policy. They're in the hands of the states where it belongs. If you want to be an unfettered delete woman, go to a blue state. Just go to a blue state. And you know why? People move from state to state all the time for all kinds of reasons. Right? So, if you don't like the fact that you're going to open your legs to any asshole in your state, go to a state where you can go ahead and get pregnant and delete your kid. You leave for tax reasons. You move state to state for jobs. You leave state for taxes. You go to states for all kinds of reasons, sunny weather. If you want to go into a free for all demonic blue state, you could do that. So let's just stop the bullshit, man. You know what? I mean, if you're going to vote for Kamala Harris, just vote for her. And I understand where TJ is coming from. You don't have to like Trump to vote for him. You really don't. But all I know is that I can see a real person when I see one.
Oh.
So it's okay to take taxpayers' money, and prisoners can get transforming gender surgery when you got people that are dying that need life-saving surgery. That's okay with you, though, right? That's okay with you. I'm not okay with my granddaughter going to a bathroom with a 10-inch dick man peeing, and my granddaughter's in the bathroom.
Because they're not.
I can coexist with them, make a different bathroom, but don't intrude on my space. Okay? You care so much about women, but they're stripping women from sports. They're stripping women. I mean, come on now. You say you care about women, but they're stripping us.
No, can I explain?
What is there to explain about prisoners getting transgender surgery?
Because healthcare.
No, there's two genders in this world. There's two genders. Two genders. That's it.
There's not.
Yes, there is. See, that's the problem. That's the demon that this world. Two genders, man and female. That's it.
Every single biology book establishes there is a difference between sex and gender. There has always, throughout human history, been the acceptance of and acknowledgement that other third genders existed, including since this is the Black Man Unfiltered podcast, including in Africa, which before Christian colonization, Africa did recognize the establishment of third genders and said that it was natural for people to be more outside the heterosexual spectrum. What changed was Christian colonization, which also overtook the West. So it is this idea based on the Christian ideology where there's two genders.
Does the Bible say that there's three genders? What does the Bible say? How many genders are in the Bible?
The Bible isn't factual.
Well, that's all in everybody's opinion. That's an opinion.
No, it
But
is.
God made Adam and God made Eve. That's it.
Adam
I
and Eve
never
was
heard that
creation of God.
he made another gender.
Because gender is both culture, it's a social and neurochemical phenomenon.
Okay, before we go, hey, Jake.
Before the creation, so the Bible, which was written in Hebrew, was only in the 10th century BCE. Okay, before that, there were other cultures: ancient Egypt, ancient Assyria.
We all know that there were other cultures, brother. I mean, we know there was other cultures.
There's other cultures, but they weren't other genders. They even changed the definition of women in the dictionary.
Hey, Grace, can I say one more thing before I cut
go
off?
ahead, sir. Go ahead.
While we talk about something tangible, all right, like Title IX, okay? I was alive, and some of you, but y'all might have been younger. I remember how hard women fought for Title IX. How hard, and when Title IX came through, their lives changed forever. Part of all the success that a lot of women have today is because of Title IX. Title IX was as big for women in the United States as I believe the GI Bill was for America as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit smaller. And so now, by executive order, Harris and her boy try to rewrite. It was really Biden, but she's a vice president. Try to rewrite Title IX through executive order, as opposed to going through Congress and the Senate and getting it changed officially. So the Supreme Court had to put a stay on it. But that's not the real point. Is it's going to destroy the opportunity that women have fought for years. We're talking about scholarships, ways to go to school, entry level things, and almost everything women took advantage of. All the stuff you see women doing, taking over ESPN and all that shit now has its roots in Title IX. And Title IX was huge. And to tell women that if a man with his schlong out comes into your locker room, you're the one who's breaking the law of Title IX by complaining.
I have to accept that? You're intruding in my space.
Anyway, I gotta go. But TJ
Thank you,
Grace and my man, I'll see y'all later. I'm gonna get off the phone. I might have to come up. Go ahead.
Give me one more second. Okay, I just want to piggyback on Title IX just for 1 second. So the report came out that the WNBA is going to lose $40 million, right?
Yes.
So Title IX says that the WNBA players get to send a letter to the NBA saying that they need to pony up more when they opt out of their collective bargaining. That's Title IX.
Does it? I'm not sure about that, but okay, I could check that. Oh, unless you did already.
The WNBA players opted out of their final year of their collective bargaining agreement,
right?
And they say that the NBA should give more money to help offset the $40 million, plus give them an increase.
But they've been doing that for the whole existence of the WNBA
for 30 years. That's Title IX.
Well, that's fine. The WNBA probably writes off the NBA probably writes the WNBA monies off. That's probably why they don't argue about that. That shit is their public service. I think that's what that is. So they've been doing that for years. I don't care if Title IX says that. That was the colleges had to make exceptions for Title IX. Everybody did. Yes. But if you're going to try to tell me the women didn't benefit from that, from the billions of dollars that was generated going to college, I mean, there's a give and take. But if that's the only negative thing, that a multi-billion-dollar organization has to pay a little tariff, if you will, to keep the WNBA alive, I don't care about that.
But that's Title IX.
But so what?
The WNBA is a insolvent business.
Yeah. So the NBA can stop the business if they want to, though.
Right, but they're not going to, because then they'll be sued for sexism.
No, they won't. If they try to, the WNBA, I mean, that didn't make the Title IX didn't make the NBA create the WNBA.
Yeah, I think it did.
I don't believe that that's true.
We should have that discussion on the sports show. I think that's.
That's a good one, man. That's a good one. You should come to. Yeah, you can. Because maybe I'll learn something. Maybe I'll learn something. Okay. Later on, gentlemen, man. You know what? I'll see you later. Go ahead, Grace.
Thank you, Payne. I appreciate your input. Yeah, we'll be here. We'll be here. Get home
later.
safe.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, we have Del Monte Greens in the background. How you doing, sir?
How you doing there, young lady? Can you hear me clear?
I'm good. Oh, I love hearing your voice because I see you on. Shout out to my Take Heed, my queen. You know, I always see you in there fighting with her. To hear your voice, now I can put it together. So what say you?
I don't be trying to fight with Take Heed. She be acting hard headed and stuff. Wear your glasses.
Glasses on.
I know she watching from the clouds. Don't start.
Yeah.
Don't start because she there with her king. You know. But what do you have to say about what you've heard? You know, check me. Where am I wrong? Am I wrong for advocating for my men and the black men? Because you see, I knew you was there, boo. Y'all just getting through. You're being bamboozled, and I don't like that shit. You're being used. You're being scolded like y'all little children.
Where's your man's from up in there in the corner, man? Where you from, yo? You sound like you got this Seattle, Washington joint going on, yo. You sound ridiculous, yo, with the stuff you be talking. With your hair
I
on your
literally
cheek.
was on an airplane on my way from New York to Atlanta, and we were going to be late because we had a fucking plane full of immigrants, and the lady didn't know how to speak Spanish because they don't know how to get in their seats. I was pissed, one, because now I know I paid $300 for my motherfucking ticket on JetBlue. They didn't pay anything, okay? So I got up because I speak fluent Spanish and helped the lady sit everybody down so we can take off on time. But that's fair though, right? I love it that in Texas, the governor filled up a whole plane, dropped off the plane in Atlanta, Georgia. Even the pilots ran. They jumped in the Uber and ran and left that airplane full of illegal immigrants. Y'all take care of it. There's a process. People need to come here, pay their dues, pay their fees. I remember helping study with my mother so she can take her test to be naturalized. She didn't even know how to speak, write, or read English. You know what she did? She just memorized the test and the answers. That's how she passed, but she did it. Now you can just walk in. Oh, I want to be asylum. I don't like my country, and we can give you the whole world. But we got melanated people that need money. Why haven't they gotten reparations? Why haven't blacks gotten reparations for their troubles? But we're quick to give illegal. Do you know that there's people are blowing up ballot boxes now? There's been 3 incidents already. Okay, 3 incidents because people are coming out voting like they've never have before. This is going to be such a landslide that there's going to be no room to accuse anybody of fraud or anything. But now, because things are getting too much, we've got 3 incidents where ballot boxes are being blown up. You can't wear nothing at the voters' things because I thought this was America. You can't wear a hat. You can't wear a Trump shirt. You can't wear anything. Well, we have freedom of speech. We've already been getting stripped of our rights slowly but surely. Did you know that the Biden administration just signed into law where the government can come and go against American people if we turn against the government? Did you know that? Yeah, but that's already been signed into law. Did you know that there's a draft? There's a draft. They passed a bill to have a draft. If they're $500,000 soldiers short in the U.S. government military personnel because nobody wants to join. Nobody wants to join the army, the military.
Yeah, they're gonna want to get. They're gonna grab They're gonna grab a personnel from another country to try.
Oh, they said if you're an illegal immigrant and you come into the military, we'll give you a passage to citizenship. That's the only way they can get. My son said, "No, I'm not fighting for a country that doesn't like black people. I'm black."
This information because
the news. Look at the news about. Look at the news. Look at the news about the people blowing up ballot boxes. One just happened today.
Yeah, I saw that because Trump has already instilled with his followers that you can't trust ballot boxes. And so a lot of people, mostly MAGA people, are attacking mail-in votes because...
How do you know they're MAGA people? How do you know they're MAGA people?
Trump said the same thing back in 2020. He told people do not vote by mail because he knew that the Democrats were going to do it. And so that's why they did. But they did it because of COVID. And so because of all the ways of Democrats voting by mail, he made it so it's like, oh, look at all these things by mail. Like they must have cheated. But again, he took his case to court and there was no signs of fraud. There was no signs of illegal immigrants voting because that is illegal to have immigrants.
I didn't say that illegal immigrants voted. I didn't say that.
A lot of people I heard said that, I'm sorry, I forgot names, but someone said like, oh, the reason why they're wanting all of the illegal immigrants to come in is to quote unquote have them vote for Democrats.
Maybe not for this election, but in the future, absolutely.
They can't do that. You can't have illegal immigrants vote. That is illegal. That is
if you give them citizenship. Oh, you fighting our military?
They're not getting citizenship. We're destabilizing other countries, and then so they're coming here because they are doing the jobs that nobody wants to work for. So we are exploiting them for labor.
No, because we're too busy deleting them. 23 million babies have been deleted. We're not making love. Shout out to Mike Takey. We're not making enough babies. Even your boy Bill Clinton said it.
No.
We're not making enough people. We're not making people.
You're stating the great replacement theory, which is a white nationalist replacement that's saying that immigrants are coming over here and that their population is going to overrun, like it's going to overtake like white people and black people and all that. That has been debunked because there's no way that can happen. That is not even.
It's already happening. That was the whole propaganda of the Planned Parenthood.
That is literally the reason why Tucker Carlson got fired, because not only for defamation, but he was pushing that shit. The great replacement theory is nothing but.
Bill Clinton just said it 2 weeks ago. We're bringing in immigrants because there are not enough people doing the jobs that need to get done. We're not making enough babies.
Immigrants are only taking the jobs that nobody wants to work at, other than what Trump, where he said that, oh, they're taking black jobs. And he overplayed the number. He said 110% of immigrants are taking black jobs. That means, according to him, every single black person in America has a job that's overtaken by an illegal immigrant. So Trump doesn't really know what he's talking about.
But let me ask you something. When you guys get so in your feelings and so emotional when Trump says something, but when Kamala says something, why don't you guys have that same energy? When she says something off the wall, do you believe that she's black? Do you believe that Kamala's black?
Because her dad is black.
No, he's not.
He is black.
Boy,
he's not. What, did you not see the Candace Owens research? He just lived in Jamaica. He's not born in Jamaica.
Bro, you lost in the sauce, man. You lost in the sauce, bro. That chick is Captain Pinto Bean.
What do you mean lost in it? No, it's factual. No, Jamaican
Captain Pinto Bean.
Jamaican people are descendants of Africans, and he is an African descendant American. So her father is black. He
hasn't even came out and admitted that he's black himself. He is upset at his daughter for even bringing that up.
Why does he have to admit it? If he's Jamaican,
because she was the one that brought the race thing in. Her race wouldn't have mattered to nobody. She made it a priority to let you know and tug on your little heartstrings. I'm black. Biden said, if you don't vote for me, let me finish speaking. Let me finish speaking, because it is my show. Biden also said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. That didn't bother you? But it bothers you when Trump says you're taking all the black jobs. Why isn't that what Biden said? I don't want my children going to school with black children. That didn't bother you? It didn't bother you when Kamala said, I'm not doing anything just for black people. That didn't bother you? Now all of a sudden she's trying to, make it rain to y'all and throw weed to y'all, because that's all y'all good for, is for smoking weed and getting money. obviously, because that's all she sees to give to y'all. She put men in jail more time than they were supposed to be to get free labor. Did you? Oh no. Okay.
No, no,
Okay.
that's been debunked too. Yeah.
Okay. And even Judge Joe Brown has said she a hoe, and she worked her way up.
That
Even
is,
so Judge Brown is lying too, right?
no, what people think that Kamala quote unquote stepped her way to the top, which was propagated by right wing media, and the only relationships that she previously had were with people that.
So she didn't have an affair with a married man openly?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Before. Yeah,
Hey,
all this has been
hey,
factually debunked.
hey, Embrace. I just want to take a moment to add something to your point.
Go
And
ahead, honey.
I brought this up on my show, not my show. I think I brought this up on another show that I think Democrats also kind of sort of struggle with. So Mantis, gird yourself for a second.
Uh-huh.
When it comes to Kamala's ethnicity, one of the things that I had mentioned, I think Embrace may have agreed to this, is that when it comes to the Black diaspora, we invite too much into what that equals or what that equates to. What I mean by that is that in America, we bring too much into the qualifications or the qualifiers of what Black actually equates to. So let me give an example. The lady who is the Jasmine Crockett, for instance, we don't ever question if Jasmine Crockett is Black. We don't ever question if Michelle Obama is Black, right? There's a certain kind of unknown or unspoken mindset or feel or determination that no one can quite quantify that is necessarily Black. I agree with you, Mantis, that when it comes to African-American descent, yes, people in Jamaica and people in other islands that are in that area, all to some degree may extend from the African slave trade to some degree, but for the most part, when Black people say Black, we're not talking about Jamaicans. We're not talking about people who have some sort of descent that is, that is inextricable from Americans. What we're talking about is a certain identifiable thumbprint that is American specific, if you will. Now, if you ask me to quantify that, I can't, and I don't think any one Black person actually can. But what
I can.
can
I'll let you know when you get done.
But what I can tell you for sure is that given that her father, Kamala's father, is Jamaican and provably Jamaican and not so much provably Black per se, on one hand, you can argue that she's not Black. On one hand, you could say that by America's one drop rule, any drop of melanation would equate to being Black. Okay? So, but on one hand, you can also suggest that because he's provably Jamaican, there is a separator or a delimiter that separates him or separates her on an ethnic note from being Black and Jamaican. And if you ask a Jamaican what they are definitely going to tell you that they are Jamaican before they will ever tell you that they are Black. Okay, and I've met a few Jamaicans and I've met a few Trinidadians, and they are proud Trinidadian. They're proud Jamaicans before they ever tell you that they're Black. Now, if you ask a white person if a Trinidadian or Jamaican is Black, and they will tell you that they're Black. So I think it also depends on the perspective. But I will tell you that Black people in general, we accept a lot into our diaspora. Okay. And it's very easy to do so. And it's very easy to be fooled into who is Black. So if you ask me if Kamala is Black, and I'm going to tell you, no, she's not. But did that deter me from voting for her? No. But if you're going to ask me if she's Black, no.
Do you think Dominicans are Black?
Me personally,
Shoot,
you think Dominicans are no? Wait, I'm asking Montes. Do you think Dominicans are Black?
Yes.
So I'm half Dominican. So does that make me Black then?
Yeah.
Really? Because I've been accused of being spoiled white milk. I've been accused of being a race baiter. I've been accused of trying to be black. But
No.
you know.
Yeah, no. So no, that's why I'm saying like no. I as
So
a
we pick and choose then. Embrace the Grace can't be black.
no.
Okay, and can't talk. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Embrace the Grace can't be black. Embrace the Grace can't talk about black issues because she's not black. But just because Kamala comes out and says she's black, we all believe her. But if I was to give y'all a fucking history lessons about Dominicans, okay, I'll change y'all mind in a heartbeat. But I choose not to because I don't have to defend my heritage. I'm human first, and then I'm American, and then I am half Sicilian, half Dominican. But people don't get that Dominicans are from African descent. But I don't walk around trying to convince people that I'm black, even though a lot of black people assume that I'm race baiting. See, Kamala didn't even have to bring that up. Race was never a problem for the melanated community because the melanated community is the one community that'll accept anybody with open arms. You can even come to the barbecue and with your fucking raisins in the potato salad. And we'll accept you. It's okay.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. Wait a second.
Ski skirt. Ski skirt.
Wait a second.
Ski skirt.
Did you say raisins in the potato salad?
That was a joke. That was.
Wait, I couldn't even find the damn clip.
I have
whose barbecue is bringing the damn? Hold on a second. Pause. Whose barbecue is bringing the damn potato salad with the raisins in it?
Oh yeah, we gotta know. You know when we do the menu, okay.
Yeah.
Becky, you
gotta be able to pume.
Your man said he was about to say he been to. Your man said he was about to go get some barbecue sauce, potato salad, and raisins.
I am just tired of us being fooled and tricked by the Democrats. I really need you guys to go get that book by Mark Levin, Levin. Democrats hate Americans.
How?
They hate. Read the book, and Democrats were the one that did the KKK.
Man,
Democrats were the one. The Democrats were the one that didn't want slavery to stop. That's your peoples that you are so in tune with.
Yeah, they were the
Democrats are the ones that invented the KKK.
Yeah, they started off as the Dixiecrats.
But the current day KKK endorses Trump.
I'm sorry?
The current KKK endorses Trump.
And so do Muslims. I don't see Muslims endorsing Kamala. I don't see the fire departments endorsing Kamala. I don't see the police benevolent endorsing Kamala. Who's endorsing Kamala? Beyonce? A bitch that's already a billionaire?
The KKK won't walk around this
Who's been fucking men for how long?
Muslims are endorsing Kamala Harris, except right now there's a pushback in the Muslim community just because of the.
I've never seen Muslims endorse Kamala, but I did see it on stage. I did see it on stage for Trump.
I mean,
see, Trump didn't have to hire somebody for $10 million to fill 21,000 seats in the Madison Square Garden, deep knee in a blue state. He didn't have to pay somebody $10 million. That $10 million should have went to the hurricane survivors. That $10 million should have gone to veterans who are fighting for disability when they obviously need it. But that's okay. That's okay though. That's okay. Allegedly. Let's put that word in, allegedly. But that's okay. No, at least I know that Trump was in office and he did a decent job. So in this, he's not going to fool me. You're going to be fooled by Kamala.
Okay, going back to Trump in office. So what policies did he do?
It's a fight for the VA, boy, but they wanted you to be at that 6:30 formation for PT, though.
What policies did he do that were in office that, you know, in the sake of the Black Man Unfiltered podcast, what policies in office did he do?
Well, did you know that he gave millions of money to the HBCU? Did Barack do that? Did your people do that?
I'm an independent, so I'm not. I'm only defending.
Okay, did the Democrats do that? Because I know Trump did that.
Well, Trump also denied aid to small businesses during COVID, Black-owned businesses during COVID too.
But how many stimulus checks did you guys enjoy during COVID?
Trump didn't even. That was not even a Trump thing. That was proposed by Democrats in the Senate, and then Trump just put his name on it because he wanted something. He's like, okay, here, this is what. But
and now they're making you pay it all back. So was it really help?
Huh? Oh no.
But now,
no, I got my student loans paid off because of the Biden plan.
Okay, and that's fair to the next person who didn't get their student loan paid off. What makes you so special?
No, because I mean the reason why they were having it paid off is because all those student loans were making it harder for families to they were spending all their money to pay off the loan instead of stuff like groceries and other things. So
okay, so maybe if we don't allow all these illegal immigrants and we take care of Americans first, we wouldn't be living. Well, 70% of us wouldn't be living check to check right now.
Illegal crossings have been down 50%.
When?
Because
when have they been down 50%?
Biden had 2023 Biden.
Where show me that. I need to fact check you. You show me that where it says that immigrants and crossings have been down 50%, because you obviously we're not living in the same world. We're really not.
Crossings have been down, crime is down.
Really? Show me.
Yeah.
I just showed. Okay, all right. So hold on, couple fact checks here. So I just showed a chart earlier where crossings were definitely up on the Democrats' side whenever they took over in comparison to Trump, because Trump definitely maintained the blockages that one was COVID era, C-19 era. And then also he maintained the deportations that Obama was doing at the point in time. So that is actually not necessarily true. On the other fact check portion, Muslims definitely do indeed support support Kamala to some degree. Hold on one second. I'm going to crap.
The border patrol men and women endorsed Trump.
Yes,
I didn't see that being endorsed for Kamala.
So there is some support.
Homeland Security, sir.
There is some support on both ends. However, it's probably more than likely on leaning more towards Trump based off of the latest statistics. On the Muslim aspect of it, at latest reporting there were at least this number of Islamic leaders. However, that only speaks to leaders. That doesn't actually speaks to the actual followers of a leader. So that may be more misleading than anything. So there's that on the Muslim aspect as far as Muslim support towards Harris, to be fair. Okay.
I'd have to add that the Republicans on the border states have come up to support Kamala due to Trump killing the.
Oh yeah, all the disgruntled employees that Trump fired, right? Why didn't they have a problem with him? Why didn't they have a problem with him when they were working for him? Now all of a sudden, like this lady comes out, how many years ago? Oh, he groped me.
Was that a specific candidate site that you just pulled up? That site that you was just on, was that a specific candidate site with their policy in the background?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
That was
now all of a sudden he groped me. He touched me. Why did you report it when it happened? But now that he's trying to be president, anything to smear his name.
Yeah.
A lot of women don't report SA because they're afraid to come out with it. Because
please.
That's why that happens.
Yeah, and that created the Me Too movement.
Rich white man, they know that there's a possibility they may not get away with it because they're going to think that, oh yeah, I know he's innocent, he can get away with everything he wants.
But why now? Why now that he's running for president? Why now? Why couldn't you wait till afterwards? Why you want to do it right now? Come on, man.
The problem with SA is, and this is the tough part that no one wants to really talk about, but it is true, and you kind of have to say it. The issue is that it needs to be reported,
Yes.
and the issue with reporting it is personal issues, personal blockages that are either mental, physical, or a mixture of both. However, it makes it very difficult for the law enforcement to do their jobs, and for the right individuals to get what is due to them if it is not reported. So it makes it very difficult for the public to be able to adhere to what needs to be done, and what needs to be said, and what needs to be taken care of if it is not reported.
Am I able?
So
Am I sorry?
On Embrace's side of things, I understand the public's mindset of it, because it comes out at such a later point in time without there being reported evidence. And in this society, we deal a lot with evidentiary and empirical evidence. And when you don't have that, it leads to just conjecture. And that's the problem.
Right. Is there a way that I can, in private chat, post, because I have an article from The Guardian about the border crossing?
If Embrace wants to have the link shared, I don't mind doing so. Embrace,
Go ahead.
Embrace, I will also quantify something about what Trump did for the for HBCUs. I want to actually give him credit for something. The thing that a lot of people also get mixed up is that during the Obama era, what ended up happening is that HBCUs had to actually yearly go and apply, kind of like a grant. Had to go apply.
I saw that interview. Go ahead, but say it. I saw it.
Yeah, they had to go
He's
and
like, why
apply.
are you up here again asking for money? Here's money, and it should cover you for years, right? Something
Exactly.
like that.
So when the federal government goes and they extend their budget, usually for the Department of Education, generally when it's happening is they submit their budget, and in their budgetary plans to Congress, in the appropriation bills, they include what they offer to HBCUs and other colleges as well. What ends up happening is they have to go in and apply every year. Well, what Trump did is that he created a situation where they didn't have to do so every year, and it wrapped it into a appropriation type of situation that made it part of the Department of Education's budget, where it was an appropriation or a grant where it would solidify them for, I think it was either 5 to 7 year terms, so they'd be funded in this grant for that term, for that process. The only caveat to that is that it included historical HBCUs, and it also included historical Hispanic schools as well, other historic schools as well. So there was a slight caveat there, but the good thing is that they were able to be funded for a longer stint of time, but the money was divided not just to HBCUs, but other historic schools as well. But you kind of take some good with the bad. That's the good thing. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, sir. I saw the link. Now, are you able to pull up those links, boss man?
Yes, I'm gonna work it, and then I'll let you know when I'm ready. Go ahead.
Okay, not a problem. And we know nothing on the videos.
Sorry.
I tried, and I'm still waiting. So yeah, nothing yet.
So I just looked to one link is from the immigration services themselves, and the other one is from the Guardian. But yeah, I just wanted to say that everything that I'm saying is not bullshit, because I just want to be as factual as possible.
And I hear you, and I respect that. But I really would like, and I should put the link up. We need to, and I'm gonna get that book. Mark Levine, Democrats Hate Americans. We should really read that book. It's a thick ass book, but that's okay. We're gonna get past that.
But we just trying to tell you, my man, that you need to understand these people been playing games for us before we was born, bro. You got to understand that, and they still continuing to play that game. They trying to cash in that investment on having us build this country for free and get rid of us.
Why black people haven't gotten reparations yet? The Jews get it, the Native Americans get it, the Asians have a whole law in their favor.
Because
The rainbow. Let me finish. The
okay.
rainbow community has their own laws, but nothing for the melanated community. Why is that?
Have Republicans passed any laws in regards to reparations or had any policy in regards to
Nope,
reparations?
nope, not, and I can admit that. Nope, that was a general question, but we still keep it's insanity. We keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, and expecting a different result.
I mean, historically, Democrats have, have worked to put Black people in more positions of power since historically we've been, because like with diversity, equity, and inclusion, Black people have more opportunities to have better representation in our government. So I would consider
Yeah,
that.
but we don't vote for them. We're still putting the same old crusty white men in Congress and Senate.
We're trying to fix that because we're trying to have equally valuable Black people represent us. However, what's happening is on the Republican side, they believe in any time a Black person is represented, because here's how DEI works. It's the same. We have people with the same qualifications because you need these qualifications in order to be in whatever position of power. It's just that so a Black person, even if they have the same qualifications, they may not get picked. But with these inclusions, then we start to see more and more people, black people being represented.
Yup, that's exactly how Kamala got into law school.
Yeah, the problem is Republicans think that anytime a Black person is elected or come into a position of power, they think it's just because of their skin tone, and they think that this person isn't qualified, which that under the DEI laws, that's not what's happening, because everyone has the same qualifications. We just want better representation. However, the Republicans are pulling these measures back because they don't like the fact that for years they've had all the power in government, and that since that's going to Black folks, let me rephrase that we're trying to implement a more fairness so that way we have more representation. They see that as a threat, and so they reframe it as, oh, you're being racist against us, when this doesn't have anything to do with race. Because what we're doing is we're realizing that, yes, we keep on electing old white men and things aren't getting better. So if we have more representation for Black people, we can speak on behalf of the problems of Black people, which these old white men don't want us to do.
But why is it that we always talk about the problems, but we never talk about solutions? We'll stand in line to buy new Jordans, okay, but we won't stand in line to vote.
Because the president can only do so much. Because with the Biden administration,
I'm not talking about just the presidential election. I'm talking about your city election, your state elections. You see, people think that the only important election is the president. What about your city officials?
I mean, I agree. I believe that we do have a problem with education, especially in Black communities. They're very poor, like underfunded and everything like that. However, I do not see any. And this is going back because when it comes to, I've seen a little bit of, at least when it comes to Democrats trying to invest more in these communities to build them up, to have money for better education, better schools, and everything like that. I haven't really seen that from the Republican side. And going back to the issue of abortion, yes, I wholeheartedly believe that, because it has been shown that comprehensive sex education is very valuable in decreasing, these unwanted pregnancies.
Bro,
What's happening in a lot of red states is
bro,
that
son, you too long-winded, bro. You need to get to the point with your joints, man.
Okay.
You got too many ums and uhs in between what
you're
you're saying. Get to the point, bro.
So
Come
do
on,
you
say what you're
think
gonna say, and you keep
Historically,
changing up what you're saying.
do you think that it's normal to have tampons and pads in a man's restroom, knowing that men biologically don't menstruate and they're free? But in a woman's restroom, you got to pay for them, and we do menstruate. Is that normal to you? Is that the normal world that we were meant to live in this on this earth? Is it normal for transgenders to come do story time with third graders?
to
We
answer
had to fight the school board because they actually had a lesson in my son's high school sexual education system. It was lesson 1.7, how to eat ass. Is that what we're doing? Why are we teaching our teenagers on how to eat ass? What we should have been teaching them is how to wash their ass.
I
But
would
this is the world. You don't see the breakdown and the deterioration of what the world that we have been known to live. Are you ready to change the whole dynamics and the culture of the world that we live in?
so to answer going through point by point, the tampons in the male, so they are for men. So specifically, because sex and gender are two different things.
Do men menstruate? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. Do men menstruate?
Some of them do.
Really? Show me one, or show me where it says that a man is menstruated.
Well, if a man was born female that is able to have a uterus, then they can menstruate.
Wicked. You're wicked.
Wait. A man
Boy, I'm
that's
about to
born
flash on this
female,
boy, man.
then it's a female.
Correct.
So she menstruates because it's a female, not because it's a male. Wow, the brainwashing. You are lost in the sauce, my dear. I'm gonna
Because you're
pray for
saying
you tonight.
because you're
I'm gonna
saying
pray.
you
all
on
females are automatically women. So so okay? Because it doesn't logically make sense. So
Do men menstruate? That's all a human being that's XY chromosome. Do they menstruate?
some of them can, yes,
Really? Okay. And how does a male menstruate?
because they have a uterus that menstruates.
Then if they have a uterus, they're female.
Yes, they are female.
Okay,
boy,
so
get
that's
your
why
ass
they
up out of here
menstruate.
with that Asian
That's
shit,
why they
boy.
menstruate. Do you see how I hope that you look at this video and go back and look at yourself and sound and how you sound? If it has a uterus, it's a female.
Correct. But you said man and woman. Man and woman are gender terms. Man and woman can either be male or female. It just depends.
No, you're identifying. You were born a female, and if you were born with a uterus, you're a female. If you were born with a penis and scrotum, you're a male. That's it. It's two genders. That's how it's been since the beginning of time. And you guys are trying to change the dynamics of this culture. And that is also their agenda for depopulation. You can't make babies with guy on guy. You can't make babies with girl on girl. And again, no shade to my rainbow community, because I was knee deep in the rainbow community. Okay, Michelle, Roberta, shout out to Karen, about 3 Kims. Now let me stop. Okay, so I lived that life. I know about it. You know what I'm saying? No, but at the end of the day, it's two genders, sir. I'm sorry. There's no science, no book, nothing that can change that to me. And that is the biggest issue that I have with the Kamala administration. Even Waltz's family is not voting for him.
Okay.
Man, where you from, yo? Where you from? Where you from, yo?
Oklahoma.
Man, you can't be from no Oklahoma.
I am from Oklahoma.
You can't be from no Oklahoma.
I
Them
am
dudes would
from
have waxed you by now down there, man. You bugging.
Nope. I am not bugging. Anywho.
You on some
I mean,
you on some agent mess, man. You on some agent mess.
All right. So I wanna take a moment to pause for just 1 second, if I may embrace. All right. So, yes, since the beginning of time, yes, there has been two main sexes. Okay. Yes,
But
male
sex
and
is
female. Okay. I agree with that. Okay. And yes, embrace. I 100% agree with you. All right. Um, what I think oftentimes happens is that society is seeming to talk over and past and through each other whenever we have these types of conversations, and things seem to get lost. And from Mantis punches position, whenever he's saying certain things, especially from a historical point of view, I'm gonna be honest. From he mentions the from the historical point of view, he mentions like Africa, for instance, from way back a moment ago. There is some truth to what he said, as far as from the Torah, for instance. And I did look it up, and it is definitely true that there were recognizable different genders, however, but they were based off of different conditions that naturally happened back then when there were anomalies that happened with people's physical conditions for the most part. But they still you're right. They still
But they're
recognize.
few and very far between, right?
Correct.
Like you have
Yeah, they don't.
hermaphrodites. You have
Yeah, they don't dominate.
hermaphrodites.
They don't
Right.
dominate the
So,
human race like that.
right. So let me show you. So let me show you what I mean, because I again, I'm not the kind of person that you know how I do embrace. I don't say
I
things
know.
at the side of my neck. Okay. So I looked this up a while ago. Okay, because I knew this was going to come back up. Okay. So in the Torah, for instance, which by the way, I knew this was gonna come back up again. So I wanted to make sure I had it. Okay. The Torah was found over 3,316 years ago, and was found in Mount Sinai. In case anyone was wondering where Mount Sinai is, that was northwestern Egypt. Egypt is in Africa. So for those those naysayers who say that this did not come from Africa, he agrees. The dog agrees.
Yeah, he said
It
it
most
didn't.
definitely comes from Africa. Okay, the Torah. Okay,
Yo, the dog
and
said you was bullshitting.
I'm not. Okay, the Torah definitely comes from Africa. In fact, parts of the Torah and the Old Testament actually align damn near transliterally. Okay, so and even parts of the Quran, the Torah, and the Bible, Old Testament wise, damn near line up transliterarily. Okay, they do. All right, so there are two main genders, male and female. However, there are other genders that are mentioned throughout the text. These include androgynous, hermaphrodite, and yes, transgender individuals. However, I want to put a caveat on the transgender part, because when they talk about transgender individuals, what they're talking about are individuals who are either one of these but present as another one, like Emperor Nero's I'm gonna say husbands, okay, but they wore garb of a female. And the only reason why I said it is because they found archaic writings or paintings on like hieroglyphics and whatever of obvious men who wore female garb, for instance. So when we say that things didn't actually ever happen, these things have been happening for quite some time. But what did not happen was what we see today, for the most part, is someone saying that I am not one thing and I should be another, is the point that I want to make, is that they understood what they were. It may present as one, but they weren't confused as about what they actually are. Does that make sense, Embrace?
Yes, it does make sense, but now it's being intrusive with it. Now you want to be in my bathroom, you want to be in the locker room, you want to be in sports. No, I don't want my granddaughter playing basketball and playing with somebody that's 6 feet tall because he claims that he identifies with a female.
Correct. And
women have fought too hard for rights, and now we're going backwards. I don't want kids. You know, parents don't even have the right. If one of my kids go to school and he says he identifies as a woman, I don't even have the right to know. The government wants teachers to not tell the parents. The government wants kids to be okay with taking hormones and stuff under the age of 18. Nah, fuck that. That's
Yeah.
my child. I pushed him out for 33 hours. And you want to tell me how I'm going to raise my kid and what I could do?
Correct.
No, it's too
And
much. It's
and
too
Barrett,
Hold
much.
on, hold on,
and
hold on, boss.
go ahead.
Let me
Go
add.
ahead,
Can I add
Devontae. Go
something
ahead.
to it, boss?
Go
Now,
ahead.
usually I'm kind of pay attention to a lot of these things across the internet and how this subject is going. Okay. Well, I kind of really look at Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed, he spoke about this right here, talking about you got to look at the back end and how they play with words when you put that term trans on something.
Yep.
If you do that to yourself, you can get yourself put into a box to where they can own you. In a certain definition, you can put yourself in, and you can get redefined into something to where you can become owned. But you want it to be a fad right now. It look cute to you now.
It's not a
You want to
fad.
be all stingy and extra cute with it now.
It's
But
not a
later
fad.
on down the road, in a couple of generations, it'll turn into something else.
Exactly. If you take an inch, now they want a yard. And it all started with in the military. And then it started with Obama. You know, same-sex marriage. And now look where we have gone to. What else are we gonna go to? I am not walking to a locker room with a man with a 10-inch penis when I should have the sanctity of being able to undress comfortably. It's not right. Go
So
make a
Right.
transgender locker room then. How about that?
Right.
I'm willing
And
to coexist. I have
that's
no problem with that. But don't intrude on my space. Don't force me. I will never, if a man is a woman and he tells me to call, no, I'm gonna call you what the fuck God made you. And if you don't like it and you get offended, then don't fuck with me. Okay, you're not gonna
But
force me to see things your way. And I'm
yeah,
not
so
gonna
look,
force you to see things my way. We just
so
won't fuck with each other.
what does the chessboard? What is this? What is it showing us? We got all these little things out here. What is this showing us? And I'll just sit down and I'll just be quiet. What is the chessboard showing us that these people are presenting us? My man, you can be over here and be uncomfortable or whatever, but we're gonna try to spit some truth to you, bro. I don't know what the hell going on with you, what happened to you, bro. Plus, you
I
on some
study.
funny style mess right
I,
now.
I, I saw a
I
video
study
where a
from.
teacher took down the American flag, but she had a rainbow flag. How dare
yeah.
she? How dare she? So we're gonna celebrate sexuality because that's what it is sexuality. We have parades. We have, and I've been to a gay parade. I'm telling you guys, I've been part of that rainbow community. I'm not. Look, but the thing is, it's getting too far now. Okay? We're gonna take, and the flag was in the trash can. And the father came in and went off because he was a military vet, and he put the flag back up. And then you're gonna use a rainbow, which is the signal that God gave us that He will never flood the earth again. But you want to take something sacred, okay? No,
Turn that
man. And some
something
of my
out.
best friends, and shout out, y'all know who you are. Some of my best friends are in the rainbow community, but there are just some things that I don't agree. And I'm okay
Yeah,
with that. We can agree to disagree, but I'm not going to agree with a who's born a male with a 10-inch penis coming to my locker room, and I have to accept that. No.
I think there's a way. I think there's a way to understand. I agree. There's a way to understand how
I couldn't see
to.
Melania comment that good. It's pretty small on this, but my bad. Go
May,
ahead,
may
boss.
I? It doesn't matter how much wigs we make. Oh, no. Okay. I'm going to understand where I'm coming from because I believe when this point we're talking past each other. We're talking about these things. The bathroom thing. So the argument is that if you allow transgender people to use the woman's bathroom, then this would have an increase of assaults or anything. That's the argument that people have made, particularly on the right wing. We've already had data of many bathrooms that accompany transgender people in the woman's bathroom. There has never been
And as they should, because a person like me gonna start raising hell. Get the fuck out. As they should, because they should not be there. Why don't we turn the family restrooms? Why don't we turn the family restrooms into transgenders restroom? Because we're not going to need family restrooms anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Why?
Yeah, Brace, keep your
For what? Because we're not making families. We're okay with transgenders. They're not making families.
Families.
Okay? No, let them have their own restrooms and they can have their own privacy, but you're not intruding in mine. So I agree. They do need to have security with them because a person like me is going to fight.
But your argument is that they shouldn't be allowed because they're male. What does that entail?
Because a male shouldn't be sticking out his dick in a woman's restroom. There shouldn't be tampons and pads in a men's restroom, and they're free, but they're not free for us.
So
make sense.
So you think that they're going in there, not using the restroom like everybody else? That they're just going to go in there because if you're going.
How about in the locker room? How about in the locker room, Planet Fitness, when the lady made a complaint, instead of adhering and instead of addressing the issue, they canceled her membership and allowed the transgen to do whatever he wants. But you know what? Their stock market went down millions of dollars after that.
I saw that interview. It was because her complaint was just that they were in there, not because that person did anything. That's the argument. You're just saying,
I don't want it. I'm uncomfortable with it. I don't want to see a man in a woman's space. Just because you identify as a woman, go where you belong. Either a transgender bathroom or a men's bathroom. And I want to be able to take my clothes off comfortably and not in front of a man.
When trans women go to the men's bathroom, they get assaulted.
Because we're not ready for that bullshit. That's demonic. That's not of God. It does not bring glory to God. And anything that does not bring glory to God is demonic. Okay? And you got transgender men lying to men, making them think that they're women because some of them are so beautiful that they look better than real women. And then they're getting deleted when the time comes and they're not being honest and men are deleting them. Is that fair to a man? To deceive him and make him think that he's a whole woman, born a woman, and then when the time comes for intimacy, they find out that he's a man? Is that right?
Okay, so the reason why I'm coming from this is because human sexuality exists on a spectrum. You're not going to find one particular woman that's female that's going to meet every single criteria because, once again, I'm just going to go with the conservative definition of woman is adult human female. So take a look at female. So what is a female? It is typically a XX person. Typically. Yes, because there are differences with that. Because not all females XX that have penises. There are females born that do not have any uteruses, nothing like that. There is a famous African runner. Her name is Caster Semenya, who competed in women's running, and she was born XY, has a vagina but no uterus, but she was born with an internal set of testicles. And if male is. And so,
sir, you're bringing something that is one of 100 million. That is the exception. That's the rule to the exception.
There is no.
Is that the real world? Is that the real world that we're living in?
You're claiming that there is a rule to begin with, but all these genetic factors, there's no conscious because nature is not a conscious entity. It is just it is what it is.
Okay, Mantis.
So this is because you're engaging in an is odd. When every time I say like, well, naturally there are women that that were born with male gonads and they didn't have uteruses. That is just something that is not what ought to be. Engaging in that is a.
But what is the percentage of that compared to the general population?
It doesn't matter. It exists.
It should matter.
No.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
That would not.
So they should have their own laws. They should be played in a women's sports. They should be able to be in women's locker rooms because a little percentage of it.
You have to have a good reason. Okay, so for the sports thing, it has been reported in sports medicine back in 2023 that if a trans woman goes on HRT for 2 years, that the so-called biological advantages that they have go away.
How? If a man's body is physically stronger, a man's lungs has a larger capacity of a woman, like that swimmer.
The reason for that is because they go through male puberty at birth. Male puberty is the reason why they have larger lung capacity, the reason why the Adam's apple enlarges.
What about their strength? You're going to change the strength of a woman too? The strength of a man?
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait a second. Hold on.
Their strength also comes from testosterone from male puberty.
Hang on.
But a man will always be stronger than a woman. I know because I fought a gay male before and I forgot just how strong y'all was. It's still going to be stronger than a woman. So if I put a male to play against a female in basketball, you don't think that female might get hurt when they go up for a rebound?
It depends because there's always nuance. There's no constant.
It depends.
Embrace. Can I quantify something really quick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 1 second. Nobody goes through puberty at birth. Let's stop that.
I just let him talk.
Okay. Puberty at the time of puberty. Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's stop that. 2. When you mention something, okay, and when we're making an argument, we need to make sure that we're quantifying the same argument whenever we're discussing the terms of the argument. Okay. I think what a lot of times that society is having a problem with are not the genetic, either genetic or physiologically natural things that occur that you mentioned. I don't think the world has any issues with that. I think what the world has a problem with or has contention with are individuals who are phenotypically and genotypically normal, relatively normal, okay? And they grew up normal the entire time. And they go through the process of being transgender and then transition from transgender to transsexual. Now, I don't think that Embrace, and answer me if I'm incorrect. So tell me if I'm incorrect. Tell me if I'm wrong. Okay. If a transsexual woman, meaning that this man went through the entire process of transitioning from a man to a woman on a physiological basis, meaning that this trans woman does not have the gonads, does not have testes, does not have any physiological makings of a man, and went through the entire process. And you guys were changing in a locker room, and all things pointed, at least physiologically, resembled woman. Would that strike you as being uncomfortable, as it would be if a transgendered woman who did not go through these processes, would that be the same? Yes or no?
Well, that's a good question. The fact remains is that if I see that it's a man, if I can't tell, of course it's not going to bother me.
Bingo. Right? So
if I can't tell, it's not going to bother me. But if I can tell,
bingo,
and you're intruding in my space, I'm going to have a problem with it. So that's why we should just have a third bathroom, male, female, and transgender.
Wait. So she made a very, very distinctive point. And so one thing that I need the Pride community to understand is that when it comes to society, society's job is to ensure that all members of society is able to engage in concourse together in a equalized and egalitarian way without infringing upon each other's rights and abilities to interact in general concourse. What that then means is, what is the way for assimilation to occur without infringing and infracting upon each other's rights and ability to do so? With that in mind, it does not mean that if the general population of phenotypically presenting women who are XX chromosomally natural women have a voice, it should not be looked at as something to seem and appear as phobic of any nature, to feel uncomfortable with a transgendered woman as opposed to a transsexual woman. There is a difference. So with that in mind, I understand the difference between a transgendered and a transsexual. You have people in the pride community who are fighting within the community, who are saying that a transgender is doing nothing more than cosplay. That's coming, quote, from a transsexual individual who is saying that you're not really trans, because to make a trans means that you're actually doing the transition.
Have to go the transformers, the transformation. You have to transform.
Boss man.
So with that in mind, I'll conclude with this. Based on Embrace's answer, it would appear to me that it's less about the actual transition itself, and it's more about the assimilation. And I think that just like men would want to guard manhood and women would want to guard womanhood, I think transgender or transsexuals in itself and in the trans community might want to take a look at guarding transsexualism to ensure that it's not being diluted by transgenders. Not to say there's anything wrong with someone who is in the process of becoming a transsexual, but we got to understand that when someone is not necessarily making the entire move and assimilating properly, what it does is that it creates chaos.
That was a great point.
Especially if you are, especially if you're not being genuine and honest about the fact that you either non-conformative, or if you are not being honest about what your dysphoria actually is and taking actions relative to your dysphoria. And on top of that, taking actions to pay for your own dysphoria. Because I looked up the stats.
Why does my taxpayers' money have to pay for your transgender surgery? I'd rather pay a surgery for somebody who needs a kidney. You got people dying because they need an organ medically. But my taxpayer money is going to pay for inmates.
Medicare and Medicaid should not be going towards any gender affirming care or gender affirming surgeries, JS or GACs. Why? Because when you look up either DSM-5 or DSM-5 TR, when you look at either one of these definitions to determine these things, you are looking at the definitions of strong either preferences, strong desires, strong preferences, desires.
Read Edward Gilbert's a comment. That was a good comment. Read it for me. I'll put it up.
Preferences and desires are they are subjective, and if we're going to tell a group of trans anybody that your preference and desire should then be considered a situation where insurance should be covering it, then we're no more telling a biological woman that her preference to have bigger boobs, her preference to have a larger ass, okay, should be covered because of her body dysphoria. And we all understand that that is not covered by insurance.
That's a false equivalence.
And no, it is not. Because here's why I will tell you why it's not. Because a woman could very well say that she feels that she doesn't feel woman enough or as much of a woman as she could be, and because she does not like the body that she's in, or she doesn't like the body that biologically she was given for the most part, and because she's not attracting the type of men that she wants to attract, or she doesn't feel as though she's able to garner the type of male or masculine attention or female attention that she's wanting to attract, or whatever the case may be, that it is creating mental harm or a mental disruption, and therefore creating a type of depression, to where she's not feeling as much as a woman as she might want to be when she is cross comparing or juxtaposing herself and comparing herself to another woman who might be a bit more busty, or who might be a bit more curvaceous, or who might be something that she might be desiring. That is no different than a male who does not think or believe that he is in the right body and would be better suited to be a female, because he does not fit in to the male aspect of what society says that a male should look like, act like, talk like, stand like, enjoy certain pleasures in the same way that he should, like, and so on and so forth. So it's creating a situation where I don't fit in as a man because I don't have a beard. Now I'm going to speak for myself. I don't have a beard. I don't stand 6'6". I don't have certain things that I may perceive that I should. My voice isn't deep enough, or whatever the case may be, and I assimilate more to the feminine side. So therefore, I would be better off being more feminine. Do you see? I prefer these things. I like shiny things. Hell, my damn back, my in my own home, my backboard has bedazzled stones in it. Why? Because I like that shit. Okay, my wife and I love that. Okay, it's leather and it has big ass print style stones in it. Why? Because I like that shit. It makes me feel good. Okay. Okay, it brightens the room and it has mirrors on it. Okay, but anyway, the point is I'm making is that sometimes, okay, I think that people just don't like the body that they're in because society says that they should be a certain way, and it's just okay to be fucking different. The problem is that if we say to a group of people that it's okay for somebody else to pay for something, then it's not necessarily equal, because women could then say the same thing.
I feel like a leprechaun tonight. So y'all drop a cash out, because I'm going to get a surgery to look like a leprechaun.
They won't let you.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? It's just that easy. Look what Edward Gilbert said. He said, there's been complaints about trans men in women's locker rooms becoming aroused looking at women or younger women. That's what I have a problem with. Take your ass in the transgender locker room. Take your ass, and I'll coexist. I don't have a problem with it. But don't infringe on my space. Don't infringe on my granddaughter's space, because that's when we're going to have a problem.
It said trans men, so that would mean they would be born with vaginas. So how can they get aroused?
He probably typed it in wrong. Stop. Just stop. Okay?
I mean,
it's a trans man dressed as a woman, so he has a penis, and he's looking at naked. So it'll be a trans. So there's trans woman in women's locker rooms. Okay, so he did a typo. Trans woman in women's locker rooms becoming aroused looking at women or younger women. I have a problem with that, and I'm going to be the one that's going to kick your ass out of that locker room. I'll go to jail. I'll take one for the team.
And here's the thing, because as men, I'm gonna tell you something. As a man, there are times you just do not have control over your erections. I'm just gonna be honest with you. And unless, and here's some knowledge that you probably don't think I know, but here's the thing: unless a man is properly taped, that's gonna show. And most of transgendered women are not taped whenever they go out. So yes, it's going to show.
The
So,
fact
yes,
that I know taped is you know, I like I said, I've been in the community. I've been in the community. I've been to drag shows, but that when I was younger was entertainment purposes. It was cute when you went to a drag show, but now it's bleeding over to schools, kids. You're planting seeds in kids that we have no business planting seeds in. Okay?
yeah, look, Braxton says,
You know, so we took out shop, we took out home economics, we took out cursive writing, okay? But
I
we put in transgenders reading at story time.
I've never seen a school implement that they're required to have a trans person read.
It's not required. Don't do that. Okay, but they have brought transgenders to read story time to third graders. It's not a requirement, but they have brought people in. Every time they're playing dress up, why are they dressing up the little boy and it always seems to be a black little boy, okay? Why are they dressing up the little, and then don't tell the parents? Because I don't know if you guys saw a video where the father walked in and said, "Why the hell you have my son in a dress? Who are you as a teacher to put a dress on my son?"
Drag Queen Story Hour is accompanied by the parents. The parents are watching the kids read too.
Oh my God! Look, I'm done.
Actually,
I'm done. The fact that you think that that's fucking okay, you're the problem.
What are they doing?
You're the problem. A transgender has no business in front of third graders. They don't, sir.
Based on
That you're giving an illusion that it's okay for a man to dress up as a woman for third graders. That's not for a third grader to see. Third graders need to be learning cursive and their alphabet. It's inappropriate and not age appropriate. And the fact that you don't see that, I feel sorry for you. I really do. I really do. I'm going to pray for you tonight. Okay? Because that is not normal and that is not appropriate for little kids. Over 18, you do whatever the fuck you want. But don't touch my kid. Do not put it in the curriculum and don't force it on children. And then people, well, you should just homeschool them. The fuck you about homeschool. People got to go to work and pay bills. That's why we pay taxes to have schools. And then they don't even want to show parents the curriculum. You got to fight to get a curriculum. And if you do, you get ousted. But you see, you don't have kids. So you're coming off with somebody that doesn't, just like Kamala. She ain't never birthed no fucking child. She doesn't know what it is to get up in the middle of the night. She doesn't know what it is to push a child out. So she has no clue. But she's okay telling people, yeah,
I can
reproductive health care.
So no,
Get out of here.
I do not have kids, but I can use my brain. If somebody is reading to my kid, as long as they're not doing anything inappropriate, which if it's just
that is inappropriate. A man dressed up as a woman and saying that they're a woman and tricking the child. They don't know any better. They don't have the capacity to differentiate. See, that's why they have movies, you know, G-rated, PG, PG-13, mature, because it's for certain audience. At third grade, a transgender should not be reading to my child. No.
You're not.
A child shouldn't have to go to Target at 3-4 years old in the month of June and see all fucking rainbow shit. And then now you have to have the homosexual talk with a third grader. Why? When we should be talking about fucking Barney and the Care Bears in third grade. Not no homosexual talk.
Because gay people exist in our society, and we've been teaching kids about moms and dads for years. And this is nothing new. There are children who have parents who are two moms, two dads, and they have transgender parents, because the notion that
that's why this world is fucked up the way it is right now. That's why we're lost in the sauce in this world. We don't know if we're coming and going. Yes, because of that, because allowing things that are inappropriate by not following the Bible, not giving glory to God.
We live in a secular nation, so yeah.
Okay, you know, you have an excuse for everything, and that's okay. that's okay, because on November 5th,
No,
November 5th, your girl ain't gonna win, baby boy. She not gonna win. Okay? And just like he said, I hope that y'all get ready, because there's gonna be martial law. There's gonna be a lot of shit going on. So make sure y'all got your bug out bag ready. Make sure you're well stocked in food and water, ammunition, and guns, because it's gonna get down. Because people are sick of it. People are sick of having to be forced living a way that we shouldn't be living. It's demonic, sir. It's demonic. It's not real.
The only people that are complaining are conservative Christians, because the thing about the rest,
I'm not a conservative Christian, and I'm complaining.
But you're repeating the same points that they are, and it's because, for me, if a clown is reading to a kid, I don't care what the clown does if they're reading to it, as long as they're not doing anything appropriate. A person wearing a dress, it doesn't matter if it's a man or woman.
No, it's a man wearing a dress, impersonating a woman, confusing the child. A child knows what a clown is.
Anybody can wear a dress. Dresses.
Yeah, and that's why this country is demasculated. That's why I need somebody with balls in the office. Do you really think that these countries are going to take Kamala seriously when she goes and talks to Putin? When she goes and talks to the Arabian kings? You think they're really going to take her seriously? You really think they're going to take her seriously? She can't even fucking answer a question properly without getting into word salad. She had a debate by herself last week on CNN with Andrew Cooper, and she lost. And she was by herself. It was horrible. Even the Democrats admitted that she did horrible. But now you're paying celebrities to come back you up. Nobody of value, because those celebrities ain't doing shit for me. They're already rich. What is Beyonce gonna do for me but charge me $2,000 to go see her punk ass sing and dance?
This is why I don't understand why people want to vote for Trump, because he wants to give tax breaks to billionaires.
So Mantis, let me quantify something for you really quick, because I don't think that people, because
I'm not trying to have any disrespect. I'm just saying.
No, it's okay, because I think sometimes from Grace's point of view, sometimes we talk from extremes, and I think sometimes we need somebody in the middle to kind of bridge this gap here. So I need you to understand this really quick, because I have children, and I know from my own high schooler, for instance, I had to approve a list of books and give consent for a list of books from my high schooler to be able to read. And if I didn't give consent, then it's a problem if for my high schooler to be able to read something. So I'm gonna give you something, okay? And I'm gonna give it to you in different context, and maybe I can embrace his point, but less fiery. You ready?
Sure.
Okay. First, I'm gonna ask one question. Drag queens aren't all gay, correct?
Correct.
Okay, boom. Now hold that thought. I'm going somewhere, I promise. Embrace this. Give me a levity. Give me a moment of levity. Just for 1 second.
You're good. You have officially been named the attorney at BMU, attorney at law.
Oh yeah. Shout out, take heed on that one. All right, now check this out. Now you remember in school when a police officer came to the school, and you remember those dare days? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now you remember also, I'm gonna give you two examples. The dare police officer, they came, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You also remember in high school when the military personnel, they came to the school, to talk about the military, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, when the police officer came to the school, did they wear their SWAT gear, or did they wear the toned down, lowest possible uniform possible? Which one?
The toned down uniform.
Boom. Now let's go to the militant. When the military came like the Marine Corps or the Navy personnel, did they come in their tactical gear like MARSOC or the Navy SEALs? Did they come in their entire tactical gear with flak jacket and their Kevlar, or did they come in their Deltas or Charlies and their nice stuff? Which one?
The Deltas and Charlies.
Boom. Okay, so What I just gave you was an example of each sector coming to address children, and they could have come in their most extreme or the lowest extreme to assimilate to the children, correct?
Yeah.
Correct? Okay,
Yeah.
now each one also had consent to be able to do so. So I gave you an example where two different entities of society came in and they had consent to be able to do so, and they chose the least extreme option to be able to present to children. Okay, as to not either terrorize, traumatize, scare, or over influence, or anything of that nature, because anything that is overly done could, be, could create something mentally for whenever you are encroaching upon children of a vast majority. Okay, and that could be anybody. I mean, hell, if you grown men, if you pop up with with SWAT with grown men, you gonna get the adverse reaction. Okay, the point that I'm making there is, when it comes to the pride community, for instance, one, and most of the instances that we hear about, there was a consent issue. Okay, most of the parents didn't know about it. Okay, so the parents didn't have an option to be able to opt out of it. Okay, that was one issue. The next issue was,
I would need to.
Would you not agree that,
when you said that there wasn't consent for, are you talking about drag queen story hour?
Let's just say either story hour or children reading. I mean, drag queens reading to children in schools. Now, one caveat there is that in a public, one caveat there in a public setting, for instance, let's say at a library, for instance, consent at a public library is kind of hard to do at a public library, but in a school, for instance, that's a heck of a whole lot different. Okay, especially if, and in a library, if a school is transporting children to the library, then a school definitely needs consent. Okay, so police officer needed consent, the military personnel needed consent. Okay, so every instance where someone is teaching or talking or interacting with children, there was consent. So everybody needs to follow that same rule and idea, because parents need to be able to either know or be able to extract or be able to include. Okay,
right.
So now with that idea,
yeah,
drag queens are in the realm of pride. I would argue and contend that drag queens are the most extreme.
How?
Well, not to say extreme in a bad way, but let's just say if you're a member of the pride community, let's just say, and well, Embrace, can I use you for example? Embrace said that she was part of the pride community. So let's just say, for the sake of shit and giggles, she
also,
is.
I want to know like specific, because I just don't understand. Like, what do you mean by part of the pride community?
I had a girlfriend for 2 years. I was part of the culture.
So she was part of the L's. Okay, so she's part of the L's. All right. Now let's just say we had a male, and let's just say the male participated in drag, okay, but wasn't necessarily gay. But let's say because there are males that do that. Okay. Now, so that makes him part of the pride community, LGBTQIA plus. Okay. Now, you could have someone who's part of the LGBTQIA plus community and just be present. Or you can have a male who's part of that community and in drag. Now, would you not agree that of the two, one is more visually extreme in the same way that a police officer is extreme, in the sense that one is part of the SWAT team in the presence, countenance, and one is just in their uniform? The two are visually different and present a different extreme. Would you agree with that?
I mean, drag is, is a performance because that's what they do. So they're kind of in uniform per se.
Correct.
But I don't see the extreme.
So if there was going to be an LGBTQIA plus member who could represent the pride community, reading
like somebody like me,
like Embrace, who would be less quote unquote who could be less extreme to the children, in the same way that a police officer who is wearing a regular uniform versus a SWAT member reading to the kids, or a militant who's in their nice civilian uniform versus a Delta Force, MARSOC or Navy SEAL uniform, in that same extreme reading the kids. Which one would be less extreme that's able to be more assimilating? Embrace or a drag queen?
I mean, I don't know why you would have to be assimilating. As long as you're both teaching the same thing, then it doesn't really matter if you have one representative.
Have you ever been to a gay pride parade?
I'm sorry, what now?
Have you ever been to a gay pride parade?
Yeah.
And you're okay with nakedness out there in front of children and swinging penises and all of that? You're okay with that?
That hasn't happened in the pride parades I've been to.
Well, they do happen. Trust me, they do happen.
So,
but that's okay. There was a man that stood up in front of a school board and he started reading a book that was in their library, and they told him to be quiet, that his language was inappropriate. But this is the same book that they have in the middle school library, but they told him to shut up and kicked him out. How does that, how in your mind is that okay? How is it okay that in my son's school they had an actual lesson on how to eat ass, but they can barely cook, they can't sew a button, they can't change a tire, they can't even check to see if the oil is good in the car, but they're going to teach a high school kids how to eat ass?
So with that, my question would be, one, I don't think that they're spending their whole curriculum telling them to eat ass. Two,
no, I didn't say that. I said it was a lesson plan. Why is that even a lesson plan?
If it's in sex ed, because teenagers have been found to do that with each other. And so, like I said.
So how about not teach them to not have sex, to not fornicate, to stay on y'all purpose?
That is what red states do when they teach abstinence only. Like I said, I'm from Oklahoma, so they taught abstinence only education. However, we do have data that shows that abstinence only education leads to more STIs, more unwanted pregnancies, and the like, which I was going back to before about having more education, because when we have comprehensive sex ed, all these things, STIs, teenage pregnancies, they go down lower. But the abstinence only ones, which are predominantly in a lot of red states, we've seen higher rates of teen pregnancies and STIs and whatnot. So,
well, I never said about teaching about abstinence, because when my son, I taught him, I only missed one thing, because I asked him, did you know everything already about sex when you went into your classroom? He was like, yeah, Mom, you missed one thing. I said, what did I miss? He's like, you missed the part about blue balls. I said, okay, well, I don't have balls, so that I get a pass for missing that. But I took it upon myself to teach my son about sex at an age appropriate levels. I didn't shove it down his throat at 3rd grade. Okay, I didn't teach him about eating ass. I taught him about protection. I taught him about don't make a woman a single mother. Get married before. He's having sex right now. He's 18 years old. I can't stop that. I can't stop an 18-year-old's raging hormone. But the thing is, I didn't forget that I was a teenager too. He even told me one day on a phone call, Mom, I'm ready. I'm like, ready for what? He's like, I'm ready to have sex. I didn't panic.
How important
And
is a child's innocence to you? At what age is it okay to disregard it? So my question was a person that said like, oh, they have naked people going around. Are you aware that there are family-friendly nude beaches and nudist resorts where they have both kids and adults at?
yeah, but that's making the choice of a child, of parents. When you're at a parade, okay,
The parents
you really,
are going to bring the child. So it's up to the parents to make sure that to yeah, their control, the parents should control their children. And so when there's these parades, there are sections, and how it should be for everything. There are sections for adults and sections where, okay, yeah, this is family friendly. So if you're a parent that has a kid, then you should say, okay, we're going to be off to the side. And then with what a child's innocence, like, I need more information about like specifically.
sir, you know what? I'm trying to have a conversation with you with something that you cannot relate to because you don't have children. So I'm just going to end this conversation with this because you cannot relate. You don't know what it is to have a child. You don't know what it is to raise a child and how a child is growing and how they think, because you should be having private parades, not open parades. A nudist beach is set off to the side. It's not in the general population. Okay?
I mean,
I want to go back in the closet. I want to go when shit was in the closet and it was discreet. Because you got kids confused. They don't even know how to pick their fucking clothes in the morning, but you're going to tell me that they know that they're a boy when they're really a girl? They don't even know what cereal they want in the morning, but they're going to tell me that they want to get an operation and I have no right to intervene. And I'm the mother that pushed that motherfucker out for 33 hours and the government can just say he can do whatever he wants.
No, so I disagree. So the California law that
drop the link for Geoff, please. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So regards to the California law that, because I was up here on another panel, I believe it was talking about disclosure if a child has like if a child decides to disclose like a, non-gender, non-conforming identity at school, that something about the parents not knowing or anything like that. So I read into that law. That law only exists for kids who are not comfortable to come out to their parents about these, because we have.
But then the parents should have a right to know after he discloses that to the teacher.
Right. In a perfect world, yes, but based on statistics, 40% of homeless children 18 and under are LGBTQ plus, mainly because they have parents who either kicked them out or they ran away from home because those home environments weren't welcoming. That is the reason why that particular law exists. It doesn't say, yes, in a perfect world, the parent should know what's happening to their child. I fully agree with that because that's the parent. But you got parents who are in denial of what their children are. And then the child is like, I don't want to go back to that hostile environment at home. And so school's the only way that they can truly be themselves. That's why these laws exist. In a perfect world, if all parents were honest and it's like, hey, guess what? I don't care if you're this or that or whatever, I still love you. That's how I would want it to be.
That's not going to sit well with a lot of people. And
So I have a solution
they should have a choice that it shouldn't have to sit well. My son asked me that, Mom, if I was gay, would you still love me? Right. And I gave him the right answer. I said, I would be very disappointed, but I would still love you and accept you. I'm not going to lie about my feeling. I would be disappointed because I birthed a son. I'm expecting his bloodline to continue. I'm expecting him to get married and have children. And I told him I would be very disappointed, but I will still accept you. I will accept your boyfriend or whatever, but I won't be happy about it. I'm not going to be like, okay, Jordan, it's okay. No, fuck that. No. And one of my best friends is a gay guy, and I love him to death. But you know what? And we live together, me, him, and my son. He never flaunt his homosexuality in front of my son, and my son knew he was gay. He never bought, oh, I told him, you can't bring people over here while my son is here. He is not, there's something is knowing it, and it's different from seeing it, okay? And he was okay with the rules. He dressed like a man. He wasn't feminine. So I was okay with that. But if my boy dressed as a girl and everything, he wouldn't have lived with us. Hell no. Because then that could have been planting seeds to my son that were never there. He can make that decision when he's 18 on his own. And you know, I may sound old school, I may sound brutal, but you know what? It's who I am. I'm gonna be 50 November 7th, and this all dog is not gonna do new tricks. I am a child of God. I am on my spiritual journey. I have left that life. I'm not about that life anymore because going through my spiritual growth, it does not bring glory to God. So I left that behind. It's not, and if God has forgiven me for it, so I don't have to worry about anybody else judging me.
So I'm confused about the child of God thing because there are little churches that they affirm both gay and trans people that say that they were born of God and those people.
And we're going to see when they die where they're going to be, because there's going to be a lot of pastors and a lot of bishops that are going to burn and be damned to hell as well. Because you cannot follow a book that says homosexuality is an abomination and then preach that it's okay. I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't. So there's going to be a lot of churches and a lot of bishops and priests and pastors that are going to go right straight to hell, just like everybody else who didn't make it to the gates of heaven. I'm trying to live a life of righteousness and trying to get into heaven and get my son into heaven and anybody else who's going to ride the gravy train with me. And my friends that I adore and I love and that they're gay, I don't judge them because that's between them and their God. I'm nobody to judge them. I'm still going to break bread with them. I'm still going to go out with them. I'm just not about that life anymore.
Okay.
But when a man comes in and intrudes my space as a woman, now I'm clapping back, sir.
So
it's not going to happen.
So I would have to say that. So what I don't understand is, so according to, let's just say Paul, he wanted people to get married. Well, actually, he wanted everybody to be celibate, but the quote unquote way to go about the most righteous life is to get married and have children. So you have a straight couple that gets married and has children, and then you have a gay couple that gets married and has children through whatever, surrogate, IVF, adoption, whatever. What's the difference? If that is what God planned was for, is like get married and have children, and you have, then it doesn't, because you can do that with any sexuality. You can teach not, it's weird because it's like everybody thinks like the whole lifestyle thing, that's a problem with promiscuity, which it doesn't matter if you're gay or straight or not, anybody can be promiscuous, but it's always the gay person. But again, the communities that do affirm gay people and trans people, they go on to have families. They're doing exactly what God is saying, is to get married and have children. So if they're
not doing exactly what God's saying, because they said marriage is with a woman and a man.
Why? If the result is marriage and children,
no, you're putting the cart on before the horse. The first step is to get married, woman and man. That's it. You're not going to move the goalpost, sir.
But there's nothing. So what?
See, but you just said but. So everything you just said negates.
No.
The Bible says marriage is upon a man and a woman, and be fruitful. Okay?
That's what they're doing.
No, because if it's two men getting married, it's two women getting married. So right there, it's fucked up from the beginning. That's it. So now, should gay families not have children? Again, it's not me. It's not for me to judge. I'm not God. That's for them to deal with when they're at the gates of heaven and they open up their name in the book of life, and then they will have their day with God that day. That's not me. But that doesn't have to be that I have to accept it. Okay? That doesn't have to be that I'm okay going in the locker room of Platinum Fitness and a man who says he's a woman is butt naked getting dressed, and now he's got a hard on because we're all naked. No, you're infringing in my space, and that's when the problem begins with me. That's when the embracing ceases. Giraffe, thank you for coming.
So
I know. Go ahead, introduce him.
Yeah, I wanted to, bring on Uncle Jeff. Welcome to the show there, Uncle Jeff. You are on now, sir. Mute Monster got you.
Uh-oh, did he drop back?
No, he didn't drop. He's on mute. All right. So while he's getting it together, I want to take a moment really quick, because this is where we start having a conflation or a collision between society and religion. Okay. And if we really want to take it back, okay. I hate to do this, and I think I'm going to. All right. If we really want to take it back, this is the reason why we shouldn't mix religion with society. All right. Religiously speaking, all right. I do believe, and I could be absolutely wrong, but I do believe that the construct of marriage in itself was something that man or men or humans created in a sense. All right. If it was something, and additionally, who someone should necessarily engage in something sexual with or whatever is something that, or actually, no, let me correct myself. Who people should be demonized, I guess, against in a sense. What God necessarily cared about was necessarily quantified after the 10 Commandments. And the reason why I said it is because in the 10 Commandments, yes, there was a distinction of a husband and a wife. But as far as who you should necessarily have sex with or shouldn't have sex with, there was a commandment necessarily to say that, yes, you should not have sex with your brethren's wife. And then there was more rules as to who a wife should not have sex with for the most part. That was all that was mentioned as far as about who you should and should not have sex with. There was more rules in the 10 Commandments about who you should not worship. And then, of course, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, and bear false witness, and so on and so forth, right? But the idea of necessarily marriage was not first and foremost. What was first and foremost whenever the creation of humans in the first place came was just go forth and be fruitful and multiply. Okay. And that was a decree that was even given to the birds and the bees, the fruits of the tree. They should bear fruits of their own kind. And the one rule for the most part that was spoken, not necessarily in this way, but it's hidden. And that is, the creator did not necessarily want the kinds to mix. That was the main thing that the creator did not want, was the kinds to mix. And that was what created the flood, in a sense, for the most part. I mention that only because I recognize that there is some truth in the biblical text, in the Quranic text. And that's the reason why I say when it comes to the Bible itself or scripture itself, when we start mixing it into society, common sense should take more of an approach than necessarily religion. Because if who you should have sex with was more important as far as genders in itself, then that would have been included in the 10 Commandments, which was before Leviticus. Okay, as Catalea mentioned, yes. And it definitely would have. Now, the reason why I mention all of that is to suggest that when it comes to embrace this point, is that common sense should take place when it comes to decency in society. And we saw it in Rome, when Rome embraced, not a play on Embrace's name here, but when Rome embraced Saturnalia as a practice. Saturnalia, which now we practice Saturnalia in a format of Christmas. Saturnalia was a Saturn's, the god of Saturn's type of worship in a sense. And basically, it was basically a day where the entirety of Rome engaged in orgies for the most part, in tradings of gifts. Okay. Now, when I say orgies, I'm saying it didn't matter who they were engaging with. They just engaged. Okay. And I mean, it was a party for the entire city of Rome. And we know what happened to Rome when they engaged in debaucherous behavior. You saw what happened to the society when it didn't engage in common sense. So to embrace this point, when it comes to engaging with children, when it comes to engaging in society in natural concourse, things just start to make sense whenever you engage in common sense, is the point. And so when it comes to, yes, reading to children, something as simple as that, there's a method in which that you engage where things just make sense. And yes, take religion out of it because everyone has different opinions. You just heard my opinion about it. That's why I say take religion out of it and just operate in common sense. Yes, men should not engage or be around women in private areas. Women fought for that right to be able to have those spaces in their own right, just like men want and need their own spaces as well. And I understand when I say men and women, I understand that gender is a social construct that was able to recognize what was phenotypically obvious. I understand that. Male and females fought for the right to be able to have their own spaces, and that should be sacrosanct. However, it should not be overstated that their rights should not be heard because of one other subsect or subgroup of the population. It just should not. And yes, agree here. There we go. So with that in mind, there's a common sense approach. And just like the pride community wants their rights to be heard, in a sense, Embrace's point is that women's females' rights should not be overtaken because we have, there we go, we have, I was waiting for you, sir, we have somebody else's, another group coming in and saying we want rights too. There should be an equal respect, is the point I'm trying to make there. All right, Uncle Jeff, I was keeping it hot for you. Go ahead, sir.
Oh man, I'm sitting. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Hey everybody, I'm just sitting backstage going, how damn much longer I'm gonna have to damn sit here. And I'm just
no, we were trying to say hey, and you weren't.
We were waiting for you.
I think the mute monster got you.
Yeah, I got by the mute monster.
What say you? I don't know how long you've been hearing. You know, my topic of my show, we kind of got off track. It was like men stop being so gullible because, you know, first she said she wasn't going to do nothing, just not for the black, you know, for black men, black people. Then she breadcrumbed y'all last week, throwing y'all money and weed and stuff like that. And now we got scolded by Barack Obama. Y'all don't know how to vote and you don't want to let a woman in. You know what I'm saying? And so what say you so far? It got into a whole gender thing, but what say you?
I say that my people, sadly, are symbol junkies.
What do you mean by that?
Black people don't necessarily need something as long as they can get it to look like something. Black people love some shit that look like some other shit. The Chrysler 300.
Hey, that's my favorite car. But it looks like the Bentley, right?
Because it looks like a Bentley. All it has to do is look like it. They don't have to get symbols. Or they don't have to get actual tangibles for their allegiance. Symbols will do. This is why Stephon Marbury's shoes, Starburys, didn't do as well. Because people knew that those shoes didn't cost as much. That's who my people are. This woman is a symbol for them. They need a symbol so bad that they will allow her to Rachel Dolezal them. And when really in actuality, the race thing to the left, the chameleonism to the left, this woman is woefully inept. And I'm saying this telling you that Donald Trump is a raging maniac racist. I don't have to like him to critique her. She is inept. There is a name you're not going to hear for the next year or so, and it's been kept out of the news and the face out of the media. Michelle Obama. Do you know why? It is because you will make the subconscious choice. You will put a debate in your head between them two, and we all know what would happen. Michelle would eat her ass up. This is not about whether we want a woman or not. It's that woman.
It's
This woman does a disservice to women. This woman does a disservice to black women everywhere, black professionals everywhere, because she is far, far from the best example of a black female to lead.
I would like Condoleezza, what's her name? Condoleezza Rice?
Condoleezza Rice would
yeah.
chew her ass up and spit her out.
I'm a woman, man. I would love to see a woman president one day,
Sure.
but just not her.
Now, and to be honest about the presidency, what we are basically doing is going up on the bow of the USS Titanic and arguing over who gets to have the helm of the ship post iceberg. It doesn't matter who your president is. You are at the end of an empire. Now, with regard to the conversation about homosexuality in the Bible, and again, I don't take the Bible any more seriously than the Marvel universe.
Thank you.
I've read it cover to cover twice, like a book.
Thank
I've been a Sunday school teacher. I fully understand the Bible and enough to know that there are two things that are missing from every Bible that has 66 books that starts with the words in the beginning and ends with Christ Jesus with you all. Amen. Number one, every syllable in that book was taken or stolen from somewhere else. Number two, there are no white people in that book. And number three, something that a lot of people don't want to look at is that Christianity is one of the new kids on the block. There are 7 religions at the top. Christianity isn't in the top 7 oldest religions. It isn't. So when we say God, you have to ask yourself, what God?
Exactly.
Which one? There are over 3,000 listed.
Exactly.
There are 13 examples of Jesus before Jesus.
Exactly.
Nobody wants to talk about that.
Exactly.
Do you think that it's a coincidence that we have 12 zodiac signs and one sun, 12 jurors and one judge, 12
Oh, come on,
disciples and
Jeff.
one
They ain't ready.
Christ?
Come on, Jeff. They ain't ready for that. Come on, man.
Okay, so when we start discussing a particular religion, then you have to get into the fact that as a black man, you'd be a Buddhist if your slave master was a Buddhist. So it's unfair, especially I don't understand gays. I don't understand the gay argument, period, with regard to the Bible, because there are 2 books that nobody seemed to touch on here, which would be Leviticus and Romans, where God is not clear on what color car you ought to drive, but he's crystal clear. That God in that Bible is crystal clear on how he feels about men laying with men and women laying with women, and how you can twist or pretzel logic your way around it and use that God in that book to justify any homosexual behavior is beyond me. And I'm just discussing from the book. I'm calling balls and strikes. You can do what you want to do. What you do behind closed doors don't blow my skirt up. I don't have nothing to do with that. So I'm just talking about pure logic here, that if you stand in a building that's not a Pizza Hut in front of a man that's not a plumber holding a book that's not the Yellow Pages and pledge allegiance to a union with a God that is noted in that particular book I'm discussing, I don't know how you do that as gay people, because he's very clear. Now, we can discuss whether you should get married at all. That's a whole nother kind. I ain't trying to hog the mic, but the I don't think, and I don't. Yeah, I'll land here. I don't agree with Ronald Reagan about much, but he said it's not that gay people want more rights than anybody else. Gay people have more money per capita than anybody else, and most rights in this country are bought.
Money talks and bullshit
Okay,
walks.
dear gay men out there, if you broke, you're using your booty hole. Wrong. What it is that gay people want you to say that their way of life is okay, and for some people, it's just not. For some people, it just ain't. You ain't got to justify your way with me. You don't have to justify. Go on and do what you're doing, but don't force feed me your lifestyle.
Don't shove it down my throat. Don't and like I said, you know, I have friends, Uncle Jeff. I was in that life before. But and then I told my son when I had to have the homosexual talk with my son at the 8 years old. I thought it would be 12. But you know how he came up? We were watching the news. And I was trying to change it. That's when Florida passed same-sex marriage. And I knew he saw it. And I'm like, and I switched, and he was like, He was like, Mom, didn't you tell me in the Bible that marriage is between a man and a woman? I didn't run away from the question. I turned the TV off, and we had the conversation, and we talked about it. And I even brought up some examples. You see, Coach Shay, shout out to Coach. She gave me my first coaching position at a high school. He was like, is that why she looks like a boy? And he was like, I was like, yeah. I said, now, do your feelings about her change? No. I said, look at your Titi Deb, one of your godmothers. She was holding up this ham hock while I was giving birth to you. That's your God. Yeah, that's your God. Do you feel different about her? No, I love her. I said, you see, that's something that's going to be between her and who she sees as a higher being. What people do in their bedroom has nothing to do with me. But is when you're asking me to be okay with you being in the locker room with me and you butt naked and I'm supposed to feel comfortable about butt naked, that's when it becomes a problem to me. And that it became a problem when we started putting in the military. You know, and then we gave an inch, now we got a yard, and now they want more, and they want more. The rainbow community has more rights than the black people.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Okay. Well, wait a minute. Let's break that down.
I say break it down.
Let's break it down. One is the struggle to be recognized as a human being. The other is the struggle to maintain a lifestyle.
And sexuality. A gay person can drive in a car and not get pulled over because nobody knows they're gay. But a black person drives a nice car, they're getting pulled over because they're driving while they're black.
It's the silliest. What it is, and a lot of black people forget this. I don't care how gay you are. From a bell tower with a rifle, you black first. If you go to a gay rally of 9,999 other people that are of other colors or white, let's say, and there's you, and there is a sniper in a bell tower with a rifle who bought plenty of bullets before he has to change his clip. Let me tell you something. The first bullet or the first three are aimed at you and somebody else. And it ain't because you gay. You are not gay first. That's the issue. I don't care. It is a carbon copy ripoff of the black struggle again. And here's where the gay struggle loses all respect for me. Bishop Eddie Long. Here's a man who had crusades to pray the gay away. condemned people out of his church, and at the same time was molesting young boys and a gay man himself. And what did you hear from the LGBTQ community? Not a goddamn thing.
Nope. Hush, hush.
Jussie
Because
Smollett laid up and put lies on y'all and damaged your movement. And what did you say as a people? Not a goddamn thing. Until you can police those of you who are giving your group a black eye, you don't get respect.
that doesn't make so. Jussie Smollett, people condemned him because he lied. It's not because he's gay. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
then,
well, let me clear it up for you then. Allow me to clear it up for you. It was not us. It was not the public who brought his homosexuality into it. It was he who brought his homosexuality into it. If you check that record, he brought it in, not us.
I would have to say to the whole you're black first, given what has happened to black, queer, and people of color. So like you're black first in what context? Because the black child that gets bullied in school to the point where they unalive themselves, do they stop being black? The black child that is tossed aside from their parents' homes because they believe that for some reason them being what the parent expect from them is like out the window, and so they have to leave their home or they're kicked out of their home, being forced to live on the streets. Do they just stop being black? Do all the violence that is committed against black trans women is 10 times of all the other gender violence? And so I, as a humanist, I care about all women. And then I see that these things are happening to these people. And I'd also, I believe in some circumstances, you can't hide that you're gay or all of this or whatever, because all humans, your orientation is and I had this discussion with Boss Man, and I talked, your orientation as a human is an innate, and for the most part, you have no choice over it. And so every time when I hear, it's like, oh, keep this, like whatever you do in your bedroom or whatever, we already see like men and women holding hands and all this other stuff.
I had a choice in it, and I walked away from that lifestyle.
Well, no. Let's
Based on-
pretend that's not fair.
What
Let's
is the
pretend he's right
lifestyle
about
though?
that.
What
Let's
is
pretend-
life if they're literally
Being gay, sleeping
that's
with a
not fair.
woman.
That's not fair. That's not fair. That's you. Let's pretend he's right about that. Here's the problem. You overran your question by about 90 yards. I'd like to go back to your question and answer it. Why is it still, how does the individual kicked out of his mother's house for being gay?
Because let's say
I'm
we
trying
had,
to, whoa.
Sorry.
Okay, I need you to ask me a question and then allow me to answer it uninterrupted. Can we do that?
Yes.
All right, ask me the question.
Okay. So if being black first matters, then in the context of a black mother kicking their black child, their black queer child out of their house, doesn't matter if they're gay or trans or whatever or blah, blah, blah. So they simply just don't care, and then they're forced to live on the street and they're exposed to all these conditions. Then in that context, being black doesn't matter, correct?
In that context, and in any other you can name, being black always matters. Always. As a matter of fact, in this context, if I were you, I would never bring up the fact, again, to make this point, that trans black men are attacked 10 times more often. Well, why do you think that is?
Trans black women are attacked.
These people, why do you think these people are being attacked more? It might be, maybe, just maybe, because they're black. You see how that makes the point you're trying not to make?
So yes, because but they are attacked more because it is assumed by a lot of people, especially like these white people, that because even though that they're socially they're not men, but for the people who don't understand how the neurobiology and stuff of gender works, there's an assumption that black males are predatory, and combine that with a lot of misogyny and racism that is
I don't know if you mean to do it, but you're making my point.
Mhm.
You're not making yours.
Yep.
These people are being attacked because they're black. You don't see yourself making that point?
but
that's a yes or no?
No,
you don't. Well,
I think they're being attacked because they're trans.
So you don't. So if they were trans and they're just being attacked because they're trans, the math is betraying you, because that would mean you could put 10 trans black people and 10 trans white people up, and in those 20 trans people who were about to be attacked, they would all be attacked equally. But that's not true, because you told me 10 minutes ago, unless your math is bad or mine, that they are attacked 10 times more often. Now how would that not stand in a room of 10 black and 10 white?
So yes, you are correct that when it comes to trans women in general, black trans women are unalived and killed than the others.
Okay. So and why is that again? Because they're black, bruh. It's okay to say it. You're black first. You are black first. You cannot relocate, educate, or assimilate your way out of your skin. That is first.
A person can see that you're black first before you're gay.
Here's the way you make them equal. You need a time machine. And you have to go back 500 years ago or so and pull up on the shores of Gayfrica and round up millions of people who just so happen to be homosexual, starve them, throw them overboard to the point that sharks still swim the same way you threw them overboard. Mate them. Well, you can't mate them, because if you mate 2 men, you don't make babies. 2 women, you don't make babies. But let's just pretend you do. You'd have to mate them, send their babies out against their will, strip them of their gods, their names, their religions, their customs, in order to line up the gay struggle with the black struggle. It is a fallacy. It is a farce. Yes, you have a struggle. Yes, you do. But you're going to have to get in line, and it ain't in the front.
No, the context was, even though that they are statistically attacked more within the black community, and especially because overall, every time I come to the Black Men Unfiltered podcast, there's always this contention, like this real, like I keep on hearing all these things that trans people are supposedly doing that I don't see backed by any
do you hear that tonight?
Evidence. No. That's not the topic. What I'm saying. However, every time, so based on
you can't say every time, brother.
Okay.
This is a
time.
I'll
shorten it, because every time I speak of these experiences, because I want to have a safe environment and stuff for all women. All women, non-trans women, trans women, everything and stuff. But the moment I talk about the fact that black trans women who are still black, and then that I want to do the best for my community, not only for black women, it doesn't matter if you're trans or not, and then black people in general, the conversation stops if I mention all of these, because
okay, well, can I help you? I think I got you. I think I see your problem, and yes. I may be able to help you with it. Okay. Black women have been and remain the number one demographic in the HIV virus category. Now, here's the problem with that. Look up on your own time. Transmission of the HIV virus from female to male. It is easier to find a Crown Royal bag full of unicorn molars and winning Powerball tickets than it is for a woman with full-blown AIDS to give you HIV. So this is what that means. That means that Black women are not contracting the HIV virus. Have you heard of the lesbian AIDS outbreak? Me neither. This means that Black women are contracting the HIV virus not from men who slept with other women and brought it back, but men who slept with other dudes and brought it back and lied to them. It is those people who are amongst the LGBTQ community, which brings us back to Doe. Bruh, I don't know if you are LGBTQ, but you can take it back to them. I tell this to the members of my family, that unless and until you make the guilty among you walk the plank, you are going to feel that, because you have a lot to answer for, a lot that you don't. You just plain old don't. You high hurdle it, you sweep it under the rug, you act like it don't exist. And for those of us who see it, it rubs us the wrong way.
So no, logically, no, I would disagree. It's not because people that contract HIV, it's not because that they're gay. It's because specifically Black men, they don't want to get tested. The reason why
no, bro, stop. Hippity hop, mob, stop. First off, you're dead wrong. Second, I did not say that. What I said was the probability of passing the AIDS virus from a woman to a man and unprotected sex, with a man not wearing a condom and a woman having full-blown AIDS, it's next to near impossible. Look it up. Use your internet, not mine.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
With that being said, because again, we're getting derailed. This was about me talking to my men, and don't be gullible. Don't believe everything Kamala's saying. And she was breadcrumbing y'all last week, throwing weed and money after she said she wasn't gonna do shit for the Black people. Now all of a sudden she's got a policy. Through the fire. I thank you for coming back up. And Angry Man, if you still up here, please come up here. Please come up here. What say you through the fire? I know you've been hearing through the clouds or whatever, and we've been getting a little bit derailed. But what say you?
This is why I don't even like these conversations at all. This is not about Uncle Jeff. Actually, I'm on Uncle Jeff's side about this. But the reason why, one of the major reasons why I can't stand these trans conversations is because the entire fucking conversation is a false narrative. They have these conversations and want us to pretend like something is something that it's not. The trans, whatever the fuck you want to call it, these ain't women. These are fucking men. And calling them women, every woman should be fucking offended.
Woo. And I am.
Every woman should be offended by a bunch of dudes want to walk around and call themselves a woman when they have no idea what the fuck that means.
What about the trans men?
What about
it
still takes 4 of them to move a couch. Do you know why?
Because they're women.
Bone
density. They don't have the strength.
I don't care.
They're women.
I don't care how many packs of cigarettes you wear rolled up in your sleeve. I don't care what color your Bronco is. I don't care how much plaid you wear. I don't care what breed your dog is. It still takes 4 of you to move a couch because you do not have the bone density or the muscle mass of a male. You are what? I have the worst news in the world for you, brother.
Chaz Bono ain't no dude. That's a female.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to land it.
Here's
what you are.
No,
You
I
are what
understand.
the archaeologists are going to dig up 400 or 500 years from now and say you are, according to your skull structure, according to your ribs, according to your bone density, and
Your
according
dental
to your
records.
pelvis. You will be a male or a female, and I don't give a fiddler's fuck how you feel.
No,
That's
we
what
get
it
bone.
is.
We sex
and-
bones and get
and
bone. We get
and-
bone sex wrong all the time in archaeology.
So
Say that again.
I think TJ's point is poignant in that the movement. Welcome, Anger Man. I think the point is poignant in that the argument, and this is what I tried to say on my second. I think I'm gonna have to do a part 3. Is that the Pride movement comes forth with their arguments in a disingenuous fashion, and TJ is right. I'll say it in a less fiery way, pun intended. Is that it's disingenuous? It's disingenuous to say that you are something that you aren't. If you are going to say that you are going to make a transition to phenotypically look like something, that is your right to do so in the pursuit of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Fine, do that. But I would say, and I argued this with you on my own show, which is to do so, one, genuinely, two, without diminishing or diluting what is already there, and three, do it in your own lane. Make an extra bubble. Male, female, trans male, trans men, trans woman. Make your own bubble. Because here's the problem. When you say that you are something that you are not, here's what happens in a society. I'll say this in my land. In a society that is built and founded upon statutes, legislation, the statutes and limitations in the penal system, no pun intended there, is designed to identify, protect, mitigate, and obfuscate what is necessary, okay, and to bifurcate, not obfuscate, excuse me, bifurcate what is necessary. And in order for it to do that, it needs to identify things. If it can't identify things like protect a woman, protect a man legally, whether that's physically for law enforcement, whatever the case may be, it needs to be able to identify. And when society it injects confusion and conjecture, it cannot do what it needs to do, and it breeds chaos. Welcome, Anger Man.
Yeah, real quick.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Anger Man. I cut off through the fire podcast. My bad.
Yes.
Go ahead, TJ.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna jump off because Anger Man and I are on the opposite sides of the political spectrum. But this conversation makes Angry Man's rationale for why black men are going to go vote for Trump correct, because we're tired of the fucking delusion, and we're tired of people trying to make us pretend like something isn't what it is. This is why, and this is back to your topic, Grace, this is why so many brothers are going for Trump. It's not that they're so in love with Donald Trump. They're sick of the fucking nonsense on the woke side of shit. And me, who typically votes Democrat, I can't even defend this shit no more. I can't defend this shit at all. If I want to have a philosophical conversation about the political structure or the political candidates with a guy like Anger Man, he gonna stomp me out every time because of the bullshit on my side of the goddamn fence. I'm gonna have to defend that goddamn nonsense. And by the way, Anger Man, no disrespect, but fuck your candidate. I gotta go.
Thank you for coming through the fight. Look, I always be saying it's the lesser of the two evils, but I need
motherfucker.
I need with somebody with some balls to get this candidacy, because Kamala has been blowing smoke.
But you can't help but to respect his gangster. Like the motherfucker's like, I don't give a fuck. This is what I think.
We'll kick their ass.
This is what I'm gonna do. And then we, on the Democratic side of things, or the liberal, whatever you want to call it, side of things, you got motherfuckers arguing if Angry Man's an actual man or not.
He is a man.
I'm just get.
So that's your cue, Angry Man. Tonight's topic was that I want men, especially black men, to stop being so gullible and stop drinking the Kool-Aid that Kamala is trying to serve y'all. Now she got Michelle Obama out here talking about that we're going to be collateral damage if y'all men vote for Trump. You should be on the side of women because you have a mother, you have a sister. So you want to sit next to your daughter and tell her it's okay to abort my grandbaby. It's okay. It's reproductive health care. But what it is really giving y'all the right. It's not your fucking body anymore once you're pregnant. Go ahead, angry man. What say you? I'm angry tonight. The Yankees lost, and this is some
Your
bullshit.
mic is not working there, Angry Man.
I think you muted, Doc.
My bad. So
And your hoodie is disrespectful, sir.
so what's going on, everybody? First,
What's going on, angry man?
Let me say to JT, okay, I love Donald Trump, but in all fairness, I liked him before he ran for office.
Yep, because he's a New Yorker.
So I'm not gonna stop liking him just because he became a politician. I liked him before. You feel what I'm saying? I liked him in spite of the whole Central Park 5 thing and all of that. And you know, it is what it is, right? At the end of the day, right? So I gotta address what Mantis said.
Like you gotta be able to pume.
I gotta address what Mantis said. Because what you do sometimes, Mantis, is problematic. And I'm going to explain to you why it's problematic, okay? Now, my upbringing was kind of strange. I had an uncle that was very conservative, but I had another uncle that was very pro-black, very militant. Former he's still Fruit of Islam, right? So I have a pro-black background. Now, I've said this numerous times. The fight for racial equality amongst black people, other groups of people use it to their advantage. Okay? It's like the black people's struggle or the fight for racial equality is a train engine. And that train engine gets fueled, but it only gets fueled to pull the other train cars. The other train cars are the LGBTQ community, every group that wants to say that they're oppressed, right? The only time that their oppression gets any legitimacy is when they hook their cars to that engine.
Let me hit you right on your struggle.
Exactly. And the only problem is whenever that train pulls up to a station to get anything, only the cars get something. The train the engine never gets anything. It just gets fuel to keep pulling the rest of the cars.
Don't get no passengers.
Nothing. And what you're doing, what you do oftentimes, Mantis, is that's exactly what you do. You attach that struggle to the black struggle, and it is disingenuous. And I'm gonna tell you why it's disingenuous. Whenever somebody in an intersectional group outside of black people complains about the struggle that they have to go through, and I'm not saying there isn't a struggle there. So let's be clear about that. Whenever they have to go through a struggle, right? It's the equivalent of you complaining about the food in the restaurant. But our complaint is we're not even allowed to go in the damn restaurant. There's a difference. There's a tremendous difference, okay? You as a black man, the moment you walk out of the house, nobody has to wait for you to talk or look at the way you're dressed or look for any identifiers that you're part of any group to know that you're black. You're immediately identified as black. Even me, as much as Negroes get up here and be like, I don't know if you black, angry man. White folk know I'm black. They know. Okay.
When the lights come on behind you.
Yeah. When them police lights come on, they know. You feel? Let me start. Look, anywhere I go, And I have a certain type of demeanor. I have like a really, intense demeanor. And
Alpha male.
all I got to do is raise my voice a little bit, and white folk get scared.
Mm-hmm.
They start talking
Did they
about,
follow you around the polo store, Angry Man, when you go to the polo store?
Me,
Sometimes.
me personally, I say what I say, but like historically growing up, like I've been around other black folk, and let's just say like I haven't been like one of the niggas, and like.
But you're in Nebraska.
So what?
No, that don't matter.
But here's the
Oklahoma. He's in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Here's the thing about that. The same way you or anybody that's part of the LGBTQ plus, the same way you feel ostracized or feel some type of way.
I never said I was.
I didn't say that. I'm just
Well,
saying.
why'd you bring it up?
I'm just saying, for example. Can you just go with the thought exercise?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just say that you were, right? The same way you can do that, I can also talk about how kids wanted to beat me up because I was light-skinned, or wanted to be mean to me because I like Star Wars and anime. Like, everybody has a struggle. But the problem is the struggle that black people have had historically in this country far outweighs any of them other struggles. And the problem is, look, the LGBTQ community, their struggle has been addressed. The black struggle gets brushed over. It gets lip service.
We still struggling with trying to get rid of nigga for over 400 years. Y'all got rid of faggot over a summer.
Yeah, facts.
One summer you could say it, the next summer you was getting fired.
That's facts.
Say faggot.
That's a great example.
You can't even say it. The word has disappeared.
Look, let me tell you something. I could sit on my show and I could say nigga 500 times.
Bruh.
If I say that word, it's going to be problematic. Okay? It's going to be problematic, right? Now, I don't have a problem with not saying it. The only thing I don't like about it is the fact that it's an appropriate word for certain things that has nothing to do with being gay. So a dude could be doing something and the word is just appropriate. I'm talking about a straight guy, like doing some real goofiness and real weirdness. It doesn't have anything to do with being gay, and it's just the right word at the right time. And I think we suffer when we have to take words out of the lexicon. I just feel that way. That's just me, but I'm old school. You feel me? But
right.
This idea that and the thing about it is you're like, that particular group is too sensitive. We have to be able to have conversations about this, because if we don't have conversations about this, we're going to continue to have incidents where you have people being ridiculous for no reason, like the person that was at the restaurant and the waiter misgendered them, and they had a whole hissy fit and tried to get the waiter fired. That's ridiculous.
No, that's why I come here to kind of like, well, one, whatever I got to say, I'm just going to say with like my whole chest, because what I don't want to do is say shit that like, adds to more, because I feel like, I'm trying to like, say my shit for like all black people, like everyone, doesn't matter, straight black people, gay black people, all of that. That's why I first came on to the Black Men Unfiltered podcast, because for me, as a black man in Oklahoma, I just want to say the only reason why I came up into certain panels is because, and like, I get out and I absorb content from like all sides. I'm not like, oh, I'm going to stay in like my lane from like one particular perspective. I try to get information from both.
Okay.
And the reason why I come here is because I feel when I come onto these panels, like sometimes with the discussions, there is some kind of problem that is just like, oh, it feels like, oh yeah, like the gays are ruining the black community. And the first thing that comes to my mind is like,
You know what the problem
even
is?
black gays.
I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. I'm gonna tell you exactly.
Let me understand, because I'm trying to understand.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is.
Okay.
This is what the problem is.
Okay.
The moment you come onto the panel and identify as part of that group, everybody now feels like they have to tiptoe around you.
No,
that's the problem.
I mean, no,
that's the problem.
I said,
but you may not feel that way, and you may not have even played a part in creating that climate. But that climate is there. Everyone now feels that whenever they're around, they have to. It's the same way. It's the same way that a white person who isn't racist feels like he has to tiptoe around black people because he doesn't want to say anything that's going to make him seem like he's a racist.
Angry Man, I hate to interrupt you, brother.
Go ahead.
But a chief part of this problem, again, is back on your side of the fence.
My bad. I'm just trying to make the analogy so he can get an understanding of what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I got you. Go ahead.
But Angry Man, I'm one of those people that if that man would have asked me to identify him as a woman, I would say, no, fuck that. You a man, and I'm gonna treat you accordingly to a man. I'm not gonna succumb to the fuckery because that's not who I am and that's not how I build. Now, will I coexist with you? Okay, I don't have a choice. But I'm not gonna be okay with you in the bathroom taking out your 10-inch dick and getting undressed while I'm in the locker room and be okay with that.
I'm uncomfortable just now with that.
But see, that's the point about what I mean about us not being able to converse about it and have the conversation, because what's happening, like I always say, a grown consenting adult can do whatever they want to do as long as they're not infringing on the rights of other people. Now, this is where the problem comes in. If a person that was born biologically male wants to identify as a woman, cool, do that. But the moment you try to make me call you a woman, now you're infringing on my rights.
That's when I draw the line, and I'm going to speak about it. I'm going to talk shit about it because we don't like to talk about it and we're so uncomfortable. That's why it keeps being swept under the rug. Well, that lump is too high for me. I'm tripping all over it. Fuck that.
This is something I really think we need to address as well. As soon did you? I don't even think you picked up on this, Mantis. Mm-hmm. As soon as Angry Man presented you with the concept of tiptoeing around you, instead of now, and I take it you've seen Angry Man before. Yes. I take it that you find him on some level-headed. You didn't give him any credit for that.
I give him props for him speaking his shit, because that's
not in the moment. You didn't, because the first thing you did was say the word no.
What?
You didn't take into consideration his concept at all. And this is what happens: is that the LGBTQ community seems to have a binary energy when it comes to them. They want all the accolades and all the arms around them and none of the critique. Bad news. Pick a group that don't get joked on. Pick a group that don't get critiqued. If you can be grouped, you can be talked about. And if you want to get respect from the rest of the groups, you're going to have to bring some respect. The water is what it is. You do not get to walk in critiqueless. You are not perfect because you are gay.
But it's even worse. I don't mean to interrupt you, Uncle Jeff, but it's even worse because you're talking about a group that is always screaming about tolerance, but they are the least tolerant. Y'all are the least tolerant. You're like you don't even want to understand that there are people out here in this world that are not going. If they look at you and you look biologically male, even if you have a wig on, they're gonna be like,
I'm not gonna identify with you as a woman, and you can't force me.
Yeah, that's not. And then it's taken to the extreme. It's almost like, okay, we're gonna rub this in your face. We're gonna put tampons in the boys' room, in the boys' restroom. We're gonna fix it so that We're gonna and here's the other thing too that's really messed up. We're gonna fix it, and this is a rule that we've had since forever. Okay, bathrooms are separate. Period. You literally have a guy that was getting convicted and went to court and said he identifies as a woman, and the court acknowledged it. And when he got convicted and sentenced, they sent him to a woman's prison, and guess what he did?
Impregnated bitches.
He went in there and he did the R word to women in that prison. This is why this conversation has got to be had. And by the way, Uncle Jeff, what you said earlier was 100% true. Most Black women who end up getting HIV, they get it from down low brothers.
Yes.
This is known. This is known. This is not. And see, you know what's crazy? I've been around long enough to I remember when we first started having HIV, the AIDS issue or whatever, right? There were a lot of people that were saying it was coming from one particular community. Now, during that time, that was the first time we started seeing these shaming tactics where don't say that, that's not who it's coming from and all of that, right? But guess what? Nowadays, whenever I'm watching TV and they do the ads for the HIV medicine, guess who they always got in the ad?
Men.
They always have men from that community in the ad.
Bruh, don't nobody... This is the issue. That the LGBTQ community wants you to play make-believe with them. And some of us are not.
No.
We're not. Okay? I don't mind what you do. You do what you do. You call yourself what you want to call yourself. But with regard to who stands up for you, Congress stands up for you. The White House stands up for you. The media stands up for you. Big business stands up for you. Big pharma stands up for you. The question is, who do you stand up for? Because I have never, ever, in any of the recent or far past protests, seen people of the LGBTQ community come out and say, we over here in mass of the LGBTQ community demand that you tell us what happened to Sandra Bland. I didn't see it.
But you know what else? You know what else, Uncle Jeff? Here's the interesting thing that I pointed out about this community, right? And I gotta say it, right? So that entire community leans towards femininity. And I'm gonna tell you why, right? I'm gonna tell you why. So the reason why I say this is because when you look at it, you have the men that are effeminate, whatever, right? Then you have the trans and all of that, right? You know, the one group that you rarely hear anything about. You don't see them out here really marching. You don't see all of this extra support around them and all of that. You know who that is? The butches, the women who act like men.
Right.
So even in that community, there's obviously a hatred or a dislike for men, because why is it the masculine side of that doesn't seem to get any real support or any real traction or any real anything? Like, it's just like, oh, that's just there. So, and the rest is what gets highlighted.
So Angry Man, I got a perspective on that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I was having a conversation with my wife on this, and we were having a debate. We first of all, we talk about various things, and we have either debates or serious conversations about various things, and sometimes we end up in the middle, sometimes we end up on other sides, but we still love each other. And so we were talking about, you know, the acceptance, the over acceptance of women being able to identify as bisexual, and the over, I know better English, but the over non-acceptance of men being able to be bisexual. And why is it something that is not accepted on one side, but overly accepted on the other? And so I explained to her,
I can tell you why.
So I explained to her that, so societally speaking, from America's point of view, America is largely religious. Okay, we can aside from that, and if you want to zoom out a bit, the world is largely religious. Okay, now zoom back in. It's viewed as a behavior that is not cogent behavior. It's viewed as a behavior that is not acceptable, and we normally attribute unacceptable behavior that's aligned to women doing it, in a sense. And so, women, in a sense, we expect them to be neurotic. We expect them to behave in ways that are not cogent or sound, or just uh, basically going along and do without wilt, and so on and so forth. So we expect that. Men, however, are expected to act accordingly at a higher regard, with a higher logic, principled behavior. And so when men don't do that, it's seen, it's highly criticized, it's highly ridiculed. And so this is one of the reasons why when both sides do the same, purportedly do the same behavior, one side is largely accepted while the other side is largely ridiculed. So when you ask the question as to why is it within the pride community, why you don't see so much of the ravenous behavior, or the loud, what is it called, screeching from the mountaintops about rights as it relates to the male principle of the pride community, it's because of that same mindset, is that those who assimilate to the men principle, the masculine principle, it's hard to assimilate. First of all, it's hard for a woman to assimilate into the masculine sphere in the first place.
Well, you can't first of all, men don't get to be victims.
There you go.
So if you're identifying as a male, you don't get to be a victim while you're identifying as a male.
There you go.
But
as soon as you identify as a woman.
But here's the other thing. Here's the other thing too. Another reason, which is a more simplistic reason as to why bisexualism is more accepted amongst women than men, is for the same reason that women prisons are better than male prisons. Because men have a body part that they can use to violate people. That's the difference. You feel what I'm saying? If you're in a woman's prison, there's only a couple of things you can really do to try to violate somebody. But a man is walking around with something between his legs that he can use to violate somebody if he really wanted to.
Well, I think we're hyper complicating this. Okay, as Pornhub search will dictate. Lesbian sex is just beautiful.
That's the other part of it.
You know, we are much more lenient with lesbians than we are with men. With men, I don't believe there's no such thing as any such thing as a bisexual male. You just sissy that get pussy from time to time. There ain't no way. Once you suck one dick, you're on the pink side of the force forever. That's
because of the biological thing.
Yes,
in the modern
pure
day,
biology.
We keep trying to ignore. It is natural for one man to have a bunch of women, and women are more like we've seen it growing up. Women will take showers with each other, baths with each other, change in front of each other.
Sit up in the bed.
Yeah,
learn how to kiss by kissing each other.
Yeah, for us men to do that to another guy, if you're straight, it's a violation. It's you're violating. Like, bruh, you're not. You know what I'm saying? Like me and we go to the movies. There's gonna be
that's the popcorn seat.
There's gonna be at least a seat between us. Like we're not. You feel what I'm saying? Like, bruh, you male, you're not. I don't want males invading my space.
My bubble.
I don't want, like, my son asked me, could he borrow my stuff? I was like, hell no, you're not putting your feet in my shoes. What's wrong with you? Like, It's just a guy thing, you know. It's biology. It's biology.
Now, real quick, guys, I want to address this comment that Blackheart said. He said Trump Madison Square Garden rally really showed their true colors, but telling to drink that Kool-Aid, embarrassing. First of all, I addressed this at the beginning of the show. That Puerto Rican comment, it wasn't even Trump that said it. Was it inappropriate? Yes. But anybody that does research, he is a comedian and he does dark humor. I get it. It was fucked up to say. But why can't we give that same energy when Kamala threw 2 kids out because they simply said Jesus is savior? You see what I'm saying? Y'all take something from Trump and y'all fucking run like Forrest Gump all the way down the football field. But Kamala does something. Oh, that's okay.
But here's the thing. First of all, and we have a comedian up here, and I'm pretty sure he's going to agree with me on this. Society has gotten to a bad place when we start shaming comedians for telling jokes. Jokes are supposed to be risque. Jokes are look, here's the thing about jokes, right? If you go all the way back to medieval times, couldn't nobody talk crazy about the king except the court jester. The court jester could say some wild stuff. You feel what I'm saying? First of all, we comedians can't, in order to be a comedian and be able to be creative and organic with your jokes, you can't live in a society where everybody's so stuffed shirt that the moment you tell a joke, a off-color joke, somebody's gonna be in their damn feelings. Like, it's ridiculous. And then on top of that, nobody had a problem with George Lopez saying that Trump said he's going to build a wall. Well, I tell you what, he better build it in one day, because if he leave those materials around, you know, that's a joke about Mexicans stealing shit.
And he's Mexican.
Nobody was upset about that. You feel me? Nobody was upset about that. So it's like, look, it's ridiculous. And look, there's white comedians I see tell risky jokes. And if it's funny, it's funny. I'm sorry. I'm one of those guys. If it's a funny joke,
it's funny.
You feel me? It just is.
And it's crazy. It's okay to call him Hitler. It's okay to call him a fascist. It's okay to call him names. But as soon as, yes, whoever hired him should have fired him, because that was not appropriate there. We're in the 2-minute warning in the 4th quarter right now. Closing arguments. What
happened exactly now?
Well, there was a comedian that said that Puerto Rico is nothing but an island of trash floating. Yeah. You know, so now all of a sudden, even my cousin today, I stand with Puerto Ricans. He's Dominican. Now everybody's jumping on this Puerto Rican bandwagon. Well, okay, but none of y'all motherfuckers went to go help Puerto Rico with Hurricane Maria.
And you know what? That's the truth. Hurricane Maria destroyed everything in Puerto Rico. Did about $1,500 worth of damage.
Damn it, Uncle Jeff, you told my God. He beat me to it. But I was gonna say it about Jamaica. I was gonna say Jamaica went through did $150 worth of damage. No, look, here's the thing. Like, people don't know this about Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico has a landfill issue. That's why he told the joke. You feel what I'm saying? But he said that he not only he was picking on everybody, but they just grabbed a hold of that joke and just ran with it. You feel what I'm saying? Like, my wife is Puerto Rican. Like, every once in a while, I tell a Puerto Rican joke. You feel me?
Okay, first off, here's where you got to lighten the hell up. Tony Hinchcliffe is the captain of insulting jokes. He is this generation's Don Rickles. Have you seen any Tony Hinchcliffe? This white boy is hysterical. I love this dude. But you can't take... This is the fringe. This is everybody. This is all a big pushback of the way the European white male gets down, and everybody is running for an exit from him, and everybody is standing at that exit looking to get offended. Everybody. And
look, we have a Puerto Rican in the chat. My beautiful Catilaya. I'm Puerto Rican and was not offended by the joke. Puerto Rican has become a shithole. I mean, it's like, damn, you know what I'm saying? It's like you guys want to run again. Once again, we want to talk about everything about Trump, but you don't want to point fingers at Kamala. You don't want to address the fact that it's all a bunch of word salad with extra ranch dressing. You can't even answer an open-ended question, yes or no. Well, my mother, shut the fuck up.
Well,
okay.
What scares me about the allegiance to her, not her, because again, if you start talking about politics, people will agree with everything you have that points to the fact that presidents don't run shit. And men take a side over these presidents. I don't get it. It's like wrestling. That's a whole nother subject. The point about her is this, is that as a leader, let's get away from her stealing her blackness. Let's get away from her with the chameleon shit. Let's get away from her with screwing her way to where she is by screwing Willie Brown. Let's get away from all of that and go to the fact that she is inept. Who here? Okay, yeah. This is to any Kamala supporter on this panel or in the chat.
There is
the two people you love the most in the world. The two people you love the most in the world are being held hostage by a hostile Middle Eastern force. You have two women to negotiate. No, I'll give you three. You have three women to negotiate their release. You can only choose one. Condoleezza Rice, Michelle Obama, or Kamala Harris. Who do you pick and why? And why didn't you pick the other two? And I didn't say nothing about Trump. I said deal with that. Tell me why.
Wait, who would we pick to get out of jail?
The two people you love the most are being held hostage. You need somebody to negotiate their release. Would you use Michelle Obama, Condoleezza Rice, or Kamala Harris, and why?
Condoleezza Rice.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Condoleezza Rice because
Kamala, and why?
I'm gonna say why to her. She has experience. She's been around politics most of her life. She's an established author, and I trust her more.
Sure, I can take that. Here's my point for asking the question. I asked the question to Larry Elder about George Bush, and he went to break cussing me out on the radio. Nobody, when you have an ineffective, inept candidate, nobody who supports them wants to talk about that because they don't have shit to say. She has left you with nothing to say. I wish somebody would try to defend her from an intelligence standpoint. Please try.
Right? You know how many black people I've been around that tease each other about eating watermelon? You know what I'm saying? But all of a sudden a comedian says it's offensive. You want white people to stop using the N-word, but we use it the most. I mean, it's just like it's just a bowl of contradictories. How many times we sit around fucking around telling stereotype jokes and things like that?
That's not the same thing.
What do you mean?
With regard to the N-word, with regard to nigga, I don't use the N-word because nigga is a holy word. But the fact that you want white people to not use it, well, there's a little problem with that. We call it the History Channel. And it's the stuff that white people hung on that word that makes it offensive when they use it. They have to high hurdle a whole bunch of pictures of in black and white of white.
But what about when Eminem says it?
Well, the exact same thing. It's not a view on him. That's a view on us.
When has he said it?
I don't think Eminem has ever actually said the word.
Yeah, he's never said it.
He's never actually said it in a rap at all. That's one of the greatest things about Eminem is that
Right,
he has rapped for years and has never actually used the
Okay,
word.
so I retract it. I
Whoa.
retract it.
I forgot. Hey, boss man, Semper Fi, Double Dog. I
Semper Fi.
forgot to give you your props. But yeah, there's so much that needs to be looked up about that word. Y'all need to look up Hakeem Green. Just YouTube Hakeem Green, nigga, and you'll see that you have been misled and mistaught for years on that word and what it truly means, where it truly comes from, how truly old it is, why we can't shake it because of how truly spiritual it is. Once you get to see that, then you understand. You look at it totally different. It's not the ugly, hateful word. It's only been that for a blip in time. That word is as old as human utterance. And but we don't look chronologically back past 6,000 years. That's why most times in conversation we use the Bible as the do all, be all, end all, and that's ridiculous. It's goofy.
Hell,
And
the
you know,
Bible ain't even
you
that
know
old.
what? I realize y'all probably have moved past it, but I just got to say this for the record.
Go ahead.
If we got rid of all of the racist jokes, comedy would suck. I just
Mhm.
say that. I just want to say that because I know a lot of racist jokes, and I'm not even gonna front. They're funny as hell, and I know a bunch for every race. So
Yeah,
like,
me too.
it's funny. It's funny, man. Like it just is what it is. Like
What has 5 heads, 50 toes, and runs and yells "Hody do, hody do, hody do"? 5 niggas trying to catch an elevator.
Mm-mm. What's the object of a Jew? What's the object of a Jewish football game?
Oh
To get
my
the
God.
quarterback.
That's hilarious.
You see, these are all little, But now we wanna say Trump is this and Trump is that. But with that being said, guys, we've been up here for 4 hours. I can't believe it's gotten so good without even showing a video. I hope somebody drop a cash app or something because the game
What's
needs to be
long and hard on a
told.
Mexican?
A taco, a
5th
burrito.
grade.
Oh,
What's
you
long and
see?
hard on a black man? Father's Day.
Ooh.
What's long and hard on a white man? Nothing.
And they're just jokes. That doesn't mean, and I know, if you don't support that, you should tell people. But it's jokes, people. It's jokes. We can call Trump all types of names, but that's okay. He's Hitler, he's this, he's that. You reject God, you kick out 2 kids that was in a college rally that they have every right to be there because all they said was Jesus is Savior. Like, really? Now,
yeah.
what character is that of Kamala?
Well,
she said they were in the wrong rally.
the first thing is when it comes to bringing you cannot, and this is a rule that has been on the internet for a very long time. It's called Godwin's law. Anytime you have to invoke the name Hitler,
You lost.
you're losing whatever conversation, debate, whatever
Mm-hmm.
you're having, because
Mm-hmm.
comparing someone to that guy, it's
Like his vice president.
ridiculous, man. It's so ridiculous. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that we should be remembering about that guy, in all honesty, well, the most important thing is that he was elected. That's what everybody should remember about that he was elected.
Facts.
You feel me? So, like, I'm just saying, and
Be careful who you elect.
the way he was able to be elected, you feel me, is he convinced the public he convinced the public of all of the rhetoric and all of the freaking propaganda that he can convince them of. You feel what I'm saying? That certain groups of people were, you know, but what's crazy about this? What's crazy about this is you got a lot of the people in the Democratic Party that's accusing him of that, right? And his biggest crime, Hitler's biggest crime was genocide. Don't you find it ironic that the same group of people that are comparing Donald Trump to that man are literally fighting for the ability to commit genocide.
Thank you. 23 million and counting in the melanated community. That's genocide. Oh, but wait, they sugarcoated Angry Man by saying reproductive health care. Instead of teaching how to prevent from getting pregnant and teaching young girls to strap, make sure they men strap it up, we want to encourage, and again, let me say, I'm okay with the A word as long as it's incest, the life of the mother, or a grape. But other than that, no. You fucked, you made the baby, you deal with it.
They don't
put it up for adoption if you don't want it.
What's so funny is they run to these extremes, but if you made Planned Parenthood available for only those extremes, Planned Parenthood will go out of business.
Of course.
Because that's not who's going.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I think just to augment what you're saying a little bit, I think My Body, My Choice should be the most wonderful words to any single man. Because what he needs to hear is your future, my choice.
Mm.
My wallet, my money. That's what the men should be saying.
Once your opportunity to be responsible is before you get rid of your seed. Once you do, you don't get to dictate how she gets to be responsible. She gets to be responsible however she wants. If that's a baby you want and she don't, too bad. If that's a baby you don't want and she do, too bad. You
Uncle Jeff, look.
Shot your future into her.
The funniest joke one of the funniest jokes I heard Dave Chappelle tell was when he said, "I'm all for a woman's choice and her body, her choice. I'm all for that." He said, "But at the very least, if you can kill this little motherfucker, at the very least, I can abandon him."
Well, let just to add some sprinkles on that. A mother can abort her baby if she doesn't want to be responsible, but a father will go to prison if he doesn't want the responsibility.
Exactly. So that's nothing for, that is no information for a woman. That's for men.
Yeah.
When you hear My Body, My Choice, woo, thank you so much. I'm so glad you said that. Good night.
I know that's right. So, guys, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up because we've been here 4 hours, and that's a long time, and no videos or anything, so that's good. So we're gonna go around the room. You guys say your final thoughts. Bossman, when it's my turn, I want you to just put me on screen because I'm gonna close out with some thoughts that I've written down. Because I have to write my shit down because I forget it. I smoked too much weed in college, so my long-term memory is short. So we'll go with Uncle Jeff. We're gonna go Mantis, Boss Man, your Angry Man. You can close out, and then I'll top it off. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Hey,
and thank you for coming. You always bring value to my show, and I appreciate you.
And I come here because, like I said, I dig your show. I was digging the show, just listening to it. There are just a few things that I think we need to be honest and fair about as Black people. And the brother Mantis, anytime, I would love to have this conversation with you in the future. I think what we need to focus on as we go into the next few months is how you about to be tested as people. Because in this squeeze to get rid of common people, it's Black people first. It's Black people first. Get your feces collected. Figure out who it is that can serve you and who it is you can serve. And y'all make a way together. It's about to get real serious.
Thank you for that. Mantis, thank you for coming. Look, I know I was angry woman today. I get it, but I'm just very passionate about this. I just can't get used to this whole dynamics of life that y'all people are asking me to do. I can't get with it and I can't get down with it, and I'm gonna fight it every time. But thank you for coming. I appreciate your participation and your engagement. Go ahead and close out.
So as always, thank you, Ms. Grace, for inviting me onto your show, and everybody else in the Black Men Unfiltered podcast. For like I'll say that, I mean, I enjoy the conversations that I've had on here because, like, you know, trying to get like different perspectives. I'll just say two things. I basically know my heart of hearts and just basically where I'm coming from, that me as I have like a humanist perspective, and so I'm want to support every single, as a Black man myself, I'm going to continue to support like every single Black person, doesn't matter, straight, gay, no matter, whatever, and I will continue to both educate myself and try to speak a little bit on voices unspoken in that regard. But I do get the other side. I just tried to throw in some things to kind of like, you know, make people like why think this way and things like that. So I just wanted to say that. And then as far as Kamala Harris, you, at the end of the day, I mean, you can't stop anybody. You're just like, I don't like her. I don't like her. It's just that personally, I just can't get with Donald Trump because I feel like ultimately he would be like a major insult to my intelligence if I tried to vote him into office there. But that's all I'm going to have to say about that. But anyway, but like I said, thank y'all so much for letting me on here and having this discussion. Uncle Jeff, Angry Man, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Boss man, thank you for engineering the show for me tonight, even though we had some little technical difficulties at the beginning, but we made it through. And thank you for your fact checking, being the attorney at law on this BMU network. I appreciate you, but what say you on your final thoughts?
That is a tall order on the fact checking and the attorney. Hey, look, these are important conversations to have, and I say it all the time, and I'll say it again. To have, you know, these conversations in with a genuine approach and with civility is important, especially amongst Black people. Okay, I think that if we could take this microcosmic, you know, kind of example and expand this into society, what would society look like? For the most part, I think that is what society is missing. All of us represent different aspects and different components and sectors within life and society in itself, and we were able to, you know, speak from our own perspectives, but also have some sort of consensus in a decent way. And I think that's what is missing in society, and I don't see it very often in real life. I mean, I see it here on the internet, here every week on the BMU network, except for flipping tables though. Flipping tables get wild. But aside from that, I mean, I'd say it in jest, but I don't see it in just general, you know, interaction with people. And that's part of the problem, I think, when it comes to, you know, whether you're on the straight and arrow, you know, side of things, or if you're in the LGBTQIA plus, you know, community. Part of the problem is, I think, is that we're not speaking honestly, and we're not speaking from a genuine perspective. There is a difference between a lifestyle, a choice, and what is naturally a part of you that you cannot change, take off, remove or alter. And what's on your skin, or what's in your skin, or what you present as, as far as your ethnicity is not something you can change, and that's a little, and that's a heck of a whole lot different. Although it is, um, it is just as legitimate, but it's not exactly the same. And I think it should be respected. And I think everyone's rights and opinions should also be respected in the same way. One thing I'll say before I close, Uncle Jeff, I would love the ability. You prompted me the other day about having a discussion between classists and racists. I have not forgotten, and I would like to have that moment with you on some other day on some other platform as well.
Absolute, bro.
As
Absolute.
two Marines, two medals, I would like to be able to have that conversation, sir. Okay.
Absolutely, Devil Dog, anytime.
Okay, I gotta address another comment real quick, Angry Man. It says here, Grace, when was American great for black people? Your hat says make America great again. For who? Please explain. Then he said, please answer me. And this is the best that I can come up with. Is the America from 400 years ago for black people, has it not changed? I mean, are you living the same way that black people were 400 years ago? There has been progress, not enough in my opinion. There should be more progress, but sometimes we're our own worst fucking enemy. We'll stand in line for 2 hours to go buy new Jordans, but we won't go to our kids' PTA meeting. We won't go vote. You see what I'm saying? We're our own work. We only vote for the presidency? Do we vote for city officials? Do we vote for state officials? I mean, nothing changes if we don't change nothing. And a lot of us in the melanated community don't want to change shit. We're waiting for the next person to make a move. And now we're at the Mexican standoff. But go ahead, boss man. I know you're gonna add some to that.
I'm a great testament to rags to riches. All right. And I say rags to riches because I'm not rich. I think Angerman can attest to this. He mentioned this on his channel. Shout out to his channel. I'm not rich. All right. Sometimes I feel like I'm not where I need to be. But when I say rags to riches, I live in my own little mansion. Okay. I live in a 6,300 square foot home on a 3-acre lot, and this 3-acre lot is a portion of George Washington's old land that he used to own slaves on.
Talk your shit, Devil Dog.
Ain't that something?
And I am one of 5 other black families that bought this land, and we all own 3.5 acre lots, and we own over. I mean, my home is worth over $1.2 million. So I may not be rich, but my value is starting at 1.2.
Well, the reality is comparative to the financial status of a lot of black people. If you're comparing black to black, you are rich.
I understand the point. The point that I appreciate it. The point that I'm making there is that I started from nothing, and I feel like I am not where I even want to be, and there's still some room for me to grow. The point that I'm making there is I made a change. I broke multiple generational curses. My wife and I are still adjusting to what was generationally accursed to our lives.
Where you from?
Originally Dallas.
Blackhawk want to know if y'all agree with my answer.
I do agree with the answer. Is that we are not where we were 400 years ago. At least I don't think so. I think it could be. I think it could be better, but
absolutely.
I don't think that we are where we were, and I think we had a heck of a whole lot to do with the fire that they started.
Right.
Because I certainly don't think that we were the cause of the fire, but I certainly don't believe that we helped the fire by adding fuel to it.
I think if I may, Sister Grace, whenever you are asked when was America great for black people, there was 40 years when America was great for black people. It was between 1870 and 1920.
Yep.
When black people and black businesses flourished.
Yep.
It was before the sniff of integration. It was
Yeah.
before black people
There you
decided
go.
to run their own bus companies out of business to go fight to not ride the back of other buses.
Yep.
So yes, there was a time when America was far less shitty for black people. Yes, that time, that is the time that you should absolutely refer to land the plane. Puerto Rico, the phrase Puerto Rico comes from the port of riches. You know where that riches came from?
Puerto
Slaves.
Rico. Mhm.
Slaves. But Puerto Rico was a bus stop on the way from Africa. So this is why Puerto Rican girls got ass like sisters, because they made up of Spaniards and Africans. Real simple.
So I have a little anecdotal story. See, the thing about me, I was raised by a woman that was born in 1922.
Damn, my daddy,
And
1929.
I've heard her tell stories
Mm,
of real racism.
come on.
Now, one day before I got my Impala, at the moment I didn't have a car, I called an Uber. And the Uber came and picked me up, took me where I need to go. It was an older white man. He looked like he was in his 60s, close to 70, right? He drove me to where I needed to go. And when I got ready to get out of the car, he said, "You have a nice day, sir."
Mm.
Now, considering what my grandmother and those back in the day had to deal with, the fact that I just got chauffeured somewhere by a white guy that was older than me and he had to refer to me as sir, we've come a long way. Even if we don't want to admit it, it could be better. It can always be better. Okay. But we have come a long way. And one of the things I'll say about black people, by the time we get to the 70s, end up with more freedom than we've ever had in this country. There's still racism, there's still BS going on, but you see the unseriousness of black people that
Mm,
lets you know how much freedom we got, because right now black people are partying like it's 1999. Okay, we wouldn't be able to do that if we didn't feel a sense of freedom. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like this whole thing where we go into when was America great for black people? Man, you got to go do your history. You got to go do your history and do your research for real.
Uncle
But
Jeff, what was that time frame, real quick? Sorry, Angry Man, because I want to write that down. I want to be able to give.
1870
Mm-hmm.
to 1920.
1870 to 1920. Okay.
in that
See, I was.
time frame, matter of fact, in that time frame, my great grandfather bought 150 acres of land, and we still have that land.
1820 to 1970.
No, you got
By
that
the
the 1870.
Oh
1870
shit.
to 1920.
Okay.
By the way, what is the difference between Kamala Harris and Corinne Stephens?
What is the difference?
Mr.
One
Marcus?
one screwed her way to fame and wrote a book, and the other one is called Superhead.
Mm. I know that's right. But go ahead and give me your final thoughts, Angry Man, so we can go ahead and go to sleep. Big, you need to get walked. Go ahead.
My final thoughts is I don't know what the conversation was earlier about Kamala and Trump, but there's an old saying. If you want to, first of all, if you want to demonize Trump, there is no possible way that you can demonize him without also demonizing Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, all of those, right? And whenever you look at a situation like that, where what did Mantis say? He said, he can't really rock with Trump, even though he doesn't really like Kamala. There's an old saying, and it goes like this: better the devil you know. You've had him for 4 years. You've never had her as president. Okay. And I'm just saying, if I know anything, that woman is not qualified to, and we know they don't have all the power, but she still has the ability to sign executive orders and screw some things up. So I'm just saying, like, be well informed when you vote. I'm not about forcing anybody or trying to browbeat anybody to voting for anyone. I'm just saying, vote your interest and do your research. Don't just take the word of mainstream media, because everybody has an axe to grind. So just do your research and level up. And it's about time that Black people level up their political IQ. Like, enough is enough. When you go to vote for president, you shouldn't be looking down ticket, not knowing who the hell everybody else is. You should know who's running for mayor. You should know who's running for city councilman. You should know all of that. Any of those agendas that they have that you're voting on, you should know what those agendas are for your locale. You feel me? Because if you really want to be honest, politically, the biggest decisions are going to be locally. That's what's going to affect you more than anything. So just be mindful of that.
Good. And Angry Man, thank you for coming. I always appreciate you. So go ahead, boss man. Put me on the big screen because I'm about to go in a little bit. Guys, I just want to say thank you. The conversation was good. It was hectic. It got hostile, but we made it through. The chat, thank you so much. My mods, Catalina, thank you for hanging in there so late. I really appreciate you. But this was really for the men, and especially the Black men. Stop being so gullible, because women make it a point to make men feel and think that they are inadequate by devaluing, demasculating, and dehumanizing y'all. Okay? Being gullible can be detrimental. Why? I say this because gullibility defined as a psychological state whereas a person can easily be deceived often results in being duped or taken advantage of. That's coming from Greenspan 08, page 2. Because people make decisions based on unlikely propositions that lacked proof. Barack used Black and minorities to get elected and did nothing for Black people. Now he has the audacity to endorse Kamala Harris because she is best qualified to do nothing as well. Voting for Kamala Harris is like throwing the Titanic in reverse and hit the iceberg the second time. So men, everybody, please research your facts. Don't vote on feelings. Go on facts. And to my men out there, please protect your money, protect your seed, and protect your name, and especially your peace. Stop being on the sidelines and take your place at the head of the table as you was meant to be. So with that being said, embrace yourself and embrace each other. Again, thank y'all for coming. Please, make a comment, watch the replay, push share. I'm still trying to get to 1,000 for my 50th birthday on November 7th. So I'm still trying to get there, but it's all good. Y'all, the game is to be sold, not told. Drop a cash out. Support the BMU Unfiltered Network. Don't forget, tomorrow night is flipping tables. So you know what we doing all night tomorrow. Again, thank you for my panelists, my engineer, and everybody that came through. I love y'all. Peace.
It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Need a yeehaw, you know how here for one night and we just wanna party. In a fast car, a Ferrari. Just a push start, I don't need a car key. It's out on Broadway, and it's gnarly. On a late night, but I'm not tardy. Right on time for the parties and Barbies. Strolling with a chunk of green like a dog sweet. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. kiss me up, it's going down. Like a train with no brakes, I'm not slowing down. See us showing up, we're showing out. But I pack it in till they kick us out. I'm no nail in them, I'm a lunatic. It's no telling when I get loose a bit. Got my baby, my boo.